There you go.
Oh
Never
my
saying
god,
it again.
that was adorable!
Never.
There's a new one and it's arms, and I need the legendary arms.
I just started.
Enjoy your thing, but I would like your help.
Yes, I will help you.
Tonight.
I will help you. Okay. Oh, it's 5 now.
Alert. Threat detected. Activating reserve sentries.
Adorable!
Never saying it again. You'll never hearing it ever again.
That was adorable. Okay, my turn.
Okay, now I kind of want to give it a second shot because that was kind of shitty. Now I feel bad.
Do it. It's okay. It's just words.
Because I did a half-ass. Oh, that's only 100 bits.
The lie.
Have fun, friend.
So am I clear to give it a second shot?
Avoid
Oh, it's the
death
second 100.
as closely as possible.
Shit.
Alright.
No faffing about, fellas. Let's bloody do this.
There you go. That's a little bit. That was better. That's the last time I'm ever saying it. Never hearing it ever again.
That was a lot better. Good job. Astro. Okay, give me a second. Let me just drop and then I'll do it, okay? Just God damn it.
What?
Can you feel that?
Also have to take my gum out of my mouth. Fucking heathen. I can't believe. You know, I'm deleting it now. I'm deleting it. I'm fucking deleting it. I'm deleting it. Woo! I can't fucking do anything. Ah! They're broken. They're fucking broken, dude. They're broken. The disrespect. Oh, Foxy can smell you. Okay, I'll let you know.
I'm sitting on a shit ton of like level 3 sniper shit.
My ultimate is prepared. Do not slow me down.
Do not slow me down. Shut up.
What did I say?
My ultimate is ready. Do not slow me down. Fuck off. You bitch. Oh.
Yeah,
God damn it. No one clipped that shit.
I'm here to fuck with you, ruin your dates, and that's not it.
Okay, so people can see the screen.
You're gonna try to enjoy a nice, quiet.
You guys.
Oh my god, the dogs. Hold on, I'm gonna clip that. Bye bye, crypto.
Right here. He went down.
You want me to get you?
No. How are you? Are you playing Luigi's Mansion? So, game. What to say? Yeah, no, that's what we're gonna be playing. So I hope you like it. I hope you enjoy. Scared because this game does make jump scare quite a bit. Now without. Oh, searching for mementos? Yeah. I kind of like it too. It's nice. Yeah, no, that's not a stretchy map, Luigi. Not at all. No. Totally just follow a random map to your brother. That makes sense, because Mario would totally send you a map with sketchy fucking... I never understood.
Hello? Hmm? Mario! Mario! Mario!
Oh yeah, that's not... I just noticed that the doors, when you open them if you don't have the key, they make the sound of the game. That's hilarious. I didn't even know that. I have played this game a couple times.
Hmm?
if we get bored at any time while playing this, or I feel like hey, Bad, welcome! I have good news. Sorry if you're better, not 100. Bad, if you want to lurk, put exclamation point and lurk in the chat, and you are more than welcome to lurk and as we play this game.
Mario.
And I'm glad that you're starting to feel better. What is it? For runny noses, or stuffy noses and runny noses when I was younger, my mom would have me take warm showers because, like, the mucus in chest and nose. Oh, man, that worked wonders. Funny thing is, oh yeah, no, I've done it. It happens to me on like multiple occasions. You know what's funny? This game. Yeah. They also, if I remember correctly, they took this game and I think they made it into a Switch game. And I that was like one of the games on my list. Yeah, Luigi's. Is it 3? I just thought that they repurposed this game and just made it 3. I'm trying to remember, all the ghosts you have to catch in this game. Oh, there's a lot. I know there's some Boo you can catch. Talking about Mario, talking about Mario.
モチビガギおやおいどろおどルイーギサメのたけすくすく
Oh yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Mi umaka suku suku yabo yabo
Oh my god. Struggle. Yeah. It is a pretty struggle game. Ah. Okay. I wasn't sure which. All I know is it's on my wish list.
yabo yabo ho 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 Hey hey su geru su suku suku sike sike Mi umaka suku suku yabo yabo Moji bigagi ui omuga Mi oh ya mi Hop oh ya umaka cha 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 Ororo odo pan pan Hey hey su same no take oi doro Hop oh umaka cha 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 Ororo odo pan pan Mi umaka suku suku yabo yabo So su san ejiji sike sike suku suku Yaman ba toe hop oh ui soi so Soi su soi so Yabo yabo ho 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 cha 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 cha
I
Geiru
just
ejiji
wanted to.
odo same no take
Hmm?
I hope you have a great way. I hope you.
Yaman ba oi doro
I bet.
soi so same no take
Hey.
Geiru ejiji odo
Go.
そいそうおっとまサメの竹ボーおやみルイーギルイうまか
Alright, let's go to the mansion. Oh my god, it's a toad! Wow. Instantly feeling better. The mansion's full of ghosts. Excuse me. awful. Gotta fight Mario.
Oh yeah.
Guess we'll.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't know, that's a really fun trick to get back to the flare. There it is. Darkness forever.
Mario. Yeah.
In the vacuum. In the vacuum. Rude as fuck in the vacuum. Yeah. uh, Right off on this. Ah, you little shit! Get in the vacuum. That wasn't very. Look, I found a key, guys. Ooh, it goes into the second area. Oh no. Oh, look, money. Guys. Oh no.
루이기 오이도로 우도 야만바 포에 아포 소이소 우 오토마 사메 노 타케 보 우이 소이소 우 시케 시케 오토마 포에 지미 지미 펜펜
Ow! Ah, get in the vacuum, boy! No, man! Look at that. I love this game so much. Oh, you're getting in the vacuum, lady!
Oh yeah.
Oh, look, another key. Oh no. The one boss I hate in this area. I go save first. I hate this fight. I hate this fight with a fiery passion. Cause like, he then starts getting like really aggravated with you if you're not careful. Boss fight. You gotta love and hate this boss fight so much. Lord. Okay. Yeah. Small tantrum. Roar. Or tiny tantrum. Ooh. Tiny tantrum. Ah! Ah. Oh, horses. Get faster now. Oh, shit. Look out, baby. Ah. Come here. Get in this vacuum. Get in here. I just kidnapped a child. Sorry, that's not funny. It is. The boss isn't really like something to like squawk about if you're ever. Mushroom, that hurts you. Finish the first area. Let's go. Oh no.
ルイーギうんルイーギにうまかすくすくやぼやぼ水槽うんていへいすてくるわケイルベジジうまかうん水槽うんしけしけおやこわこわこわこわうんおどルイーギラマンバーポエアッポーゲールスーすくすくしけしけんえおやまアイドロ
おいえ。
Look, we're turning him back into this.
Jimmy Jimmy やぼやぼほっほっほ
Hello? Oh. Hi.
I got released super early, but I had to make a call.
Oh. Go make a call. And what was this call?
To a person.
Get to know the person? Or
You, who have I been talking to a lot lately that I normally
yeah.
never get to talk to?
Oh. And you know,
Yes.
fun.
Positive attention. Oh, speaking of, I've got to laugh at Aaron
Bar.
because my sergeant not only was in Skullfield in the same unit, he's also got just about every fucking badge there is. And he's still infantry 13 years in.
ルイーギ
Not even considered being a pogue.
おいうまか
Wow, and you summoned Aaron. Jesus
So,
Christ.
What did I come at the perfect time? Like I was
Yeah,
summoned?
Because Ashley was talking shit.
Oh, the Pogue's talking shit.
oh yeah, no, my sergeant also says fuck you. This-
What? The 235 shit?
No, this one's actually one of your unit.
Yeah, 235 was my
Mhm.
battalion.
He was your unit. Like
Wait.
your actual
He was Seco?
yeah.
Who was he?
He was in like
I'm
like
just
6
waiting
years
for
before
this.
you got in.
Okay, so then he doesn't know me and he doesn't know shit.
Yeah, but he's got every fucking badge there is.
Okay, so did Sergeant French.
Fair.
Sergeant French made E6 before the end of his first contract.
God damn. Okay, yeah, that's kind of fucking
That's
over the
impressive.
top.
Man
that-
literally no. This is not a joke. Man literally did everything you could possibly do at that duty station.
It was like, bet I'm gonna get fast tracked as fast as I can.
He went to Ranger school. He went to Jungle school. He went to Air Assault school. He went to
Damn!
Rappel Masters course. He went to fucking
Those aren't short courses, are they?
No,
Jungle school is 6 weeks. Air Assault school is 7 weeks. Ranger school is 3 months.
Okay, just so chat and everybody knows, the picture on the right is a current military service member. The one on the left is not currently.
I'm veteran.
Yes, you are a veteran, and I appreciate your service.
One is clearly
every
better than the other
time.
because of the numbers that we had in our jobs.
Both of them, every time they're in my stream, they always have to one-up each other.
Yeah, because
So
I got to
motivating.
hold the boom. I got to fire the boom tube today.
still, regardless, I have a colored cord in my hand that says I'm better.
Yes, but I got to fire live AT.
Okay, that was my entire job. You forget this.
I know.
I
like the boom tube.
fired more anti-tank rounds than you can count.
Yes, it was fun.
Why do you think I claimed overpressure in my disability?
Why is this a
I am-
competition between you two every fucking time?
Because
Because
it's a pissing competition that won't
that's-
go anywhere.
That's just the way the military is. Like, there's a rivalry between the branches, and then even within the branches, there's a rivalry between the MOSs. And then even in between that, there are then rivalries between units. And then even in that, there are then rivalries between companies, and then there are even rivalries between
Squad.
platoons. And then there are rivalry between squads, and then and you go even further down, there's rivalries between teams.
But no,
For example, us and my unit 235 and 227.
Was that ACO?
Absolutely
So
no. 227 is a completely different battalion.
Star,
Oh, yeah.
Star said their grandpa was in the Air Force.
Chair Force.
Chair Force.
How do you like his air-conditioned offices and all the paperwork?
Wow.
Oh wait, I deal with all kinds of paperwork, and I'm not in the fucking AC.
Yeah, no, you get half of what the Air Force gets to do. Just you don't get the AC. Does your heater even work in the office? Like, are
Fuck
you guys
no.
are you guys freezing your asses out there on the motor pool?
Crazy.
Heaters, ACs? Nah, those are add-ons. We don't do those.
So basically, when it gets hot in the summer, you just got to open the bay doors and hope for the best.
They don't even open.
What?
We've got one bay door that opens,
How the fuck are
What?
you supposed to get vehicles in then?
and it doesn't fully open,
Oh
so
my.
we can't.
Oh my
So in
god.
other words, so in other words, if you can't pull a vehicle into the bay, you just have to work on it out in the motor pool.
No, we can. We very much can.
It's just you probably if you want to get it
We
into
can't.
like so.
We can't.
Hey,
The
you
Matt
guys.
V's, we can't pull those in.
Hey,
Oh my god.
Star says he was a mechanic, but I don't know what exactly. But I know
Then
he
it was
never
probably
actually
something on
saw
planes.
combat.
He was probably an aircraft maintenance specialist, one of the most common mechanic MOSs in the Air Force.
That's
Sorry.
nothing to scoff at him. Like, obviously,
No.
I mean, when did he say he served?
Started.
I'm assuming by the fact he said grandfather, that could mean anywhere from World War II to Vietnam.
I'd say Vietnam.
I'd say Vietnam or Korea.
Mhm.
Regardless, those guys are badasses.
Oh, they can't remember.
I say we're guessing
It's Vietnam or
likely
Korea.
it's probably Cold War era.
Most likely.
So wait, Ash,
What?
if you only have one bay door that works, say you want to get a Humvee in, but you want to put it, say like the one door that works. I'm not taking guesses to which door it is, because I don't know the layout of your bay. I'm not even gonna fucking try. But if it's only say like the far left door that works, do you basically then have to just clear a path to where you can
Yep.
you can pull the vehicle in and then drive it all the way over to the far right bay?
No. So we start from the back and move our way forward. If we've got to move that back vehicle, all of those other vehicles have to be fixed first before that last vehicle can be pulled out.
Yeah, basically, so that means that if the vehicle that's farthest away from the door is fixed first, it just sits there until everything behind it is fixed so it can move.
So I've helped develop a system where it's done by intensity and time, estimated time of work.
So in other words, the
our
ones that are
engine pulls are in the back.
the ones that are going to take the longest and are going to take the most work get put the farthest away from the door, and the ones that are going to be the fastest fixes go right next to the door.
Yep.
You know what you should do? You should assign one person to see if they can get the rest of the doors working.
I personally helped fill out that paperwork.
Oh, you guys had to call in a specialist? You had to put in a work order?
We
That's
put in
always
like
fun.
7.
Yeah, good luck. That specialist is coming in like 8 months.
Oh no, we put in the other form that will rush them, basically saying they're doing a terrible job and they're leaving us alone.
So in other words, you're basically saying like this is priority. This is hindering us to complete our mission. Like what ended up happening, like so a bunch of our barracks had a bunch of work orders that like got backlogged essentially. Like people were putting in work orders and
it starts with an A. I can't remember the form.
And barracks maintenance wasn't coming in and doing it. And then Sergeant Major got involved.
Ow.
And he basically went to every single room, had the entire battalion go to their rooms.
Oh.
And went from door to door asking for any outstanding work orders and the paperwork that goes with them. So in other words, he got a hold of every single work order that was currently filed. And then according to what I heard, sorted them based on like how long ago the work order was requested. And how long, and essentially, the last time that the barracks maintenance guys had looked into the stuff. So, in other words, I put in a work order for black mold in my bathroom over a year ago when I first got into that barracks room. My roommate had put in a work order before I even got there. I put in a work order. Then my next roommate. The next roommate that came in put in a work order, and then the next roommate put in a work order. It was almost a year and a half before barracks maintenance showed up and finally got rid of it. And the only reason they only came and finally got rid of it is because Sergeant Major came down on their ass and they're like, I have soldiers living in a room that has black mold in their bathroom.
Yeah, no, I personally got Sergeant Major and
But you know why we had black mold in our bathroom?
Major.
Why?
Because the fan was fixed. The fan was broken.
Oh.
So the bathroom had zero ventilation.
Oh, lovely.
So in other words, whenever we took a shower, all the condensation and steam would just sit
kind
there.
Of permanate. Ugh.
So they got rid of the black mold, and then they actually had to cut into the drywall of our roof because the bolts that allowed them to get to the fan were completely rusted shut.
Oh,
So they had to cut out the grate and then get at the fan, which had black mold in it as well. So they basically had to remove. They basically had to remove the entire unit and then cut open the entire ceiling to get rid of all the black mold that was in there.
That's so much.
It was actually inside the ceiling.
Oh, that's so gross.
So they got rid of
the military.
So they got rid of all the black mold, got us a brand new fan unit, and then redid the plastering of the ceiling.
How long did that take him?
Well, the thing is, they started working right before we went to Big Island, so by the time I came back, it was done. Remember when I was gone for like a month?
Yeah, you did like a FTX or something like that.
Well, it wasn't FTX. It was basically just a big old training cycle over at
It's an-
PTA on Big Island. We did rifle quals, we did a foot march, we did a live fire, we did we did basically everything to ensure that because we were just getting ready to go on IRF.
Mhm.
And so we did all of that to ensure that all of our qualifications were up, and that we were ready for IRF. You know, everything was certified, everyone was qualled.
How the fuck do I redeem my?
And yet somehow I was the only person in the entire battalion who was qualified on every single AT weapon system.
Wow. Damn. Impressive.
Battalion leadership basically said we got one guy in Seco who knows how to use every single AT weapon in our arsenal and is qualified on all of them. Good enough.
Damn.
So when it came time for the leadership course, and we had generals and majors and sergeant majors and lieutenant colonels and pretty much everyone with enough rank to basically ruin my entire career with one sheet of paper.
Not just one sheet of paper, just one word.
Literally just a sentence, and my entire career would be gone.
Get him out. That's all they would have to say.
That's all a general would have to say, and the paperwork would be processed for me to be chaptered out.
Right there.
So needless to say, when they had leadership course going on, and they needed someone to teach, these leadership guys how to use the AT weapon systems, because leadership needs to know how to do it so that they know what their guys are doing. Right, Ash?
Yep.
Yeah, so guess who the only person available for my battalion was to do that leadership training course?
Oh.
Me. So I was teaching 1-star, 2-star, fucking command sergeant majors, lieutenant colonels, majors.
Fuck no. Fuck no. No.
Yeah, basically pretty much everyone high ranking in my brigade how to use AT weapon systems.
What?
I was a specialist at the time. I was an E4, and I was teaching some of the highest ranking officers in our brigade, in our division, how to use AT weapon systems.
Yeah. So I have a question. You're not currently military, brother. If you go back, would you have to start over, or would you
No.
get back your current rank?
No, so I'd still get my rank back. I'd be right back where I was.
Whoa.
You shush. No one
Correct
asked you, child. I'm talking to my brother. Shush.
I said where I was when I got out, Ashy.
If you didn't interrupt.
However, I could probably easily get right back to where I had been before.
I always wondered about that. I always wondered what happened if you were military and then you decided to leave, but then you wanted to go back. I was wondering if you kept your rank or you had to start over. That would be kind of fucked if you had to start over.
It depends on how long you've been out of the military. If you're out of the military for over 2 years, you lose one rank. And if you're out for over 5 years, you have to do BCT again.
No, if you change your MOS, you have to go to AIT anyway.
Yeah. And you'll have to do both AIT and BCT if you're out over 5 years, past per your last day of official work, whenever you sign your DD report.
What are those?
BCT is your basic training. AIT is your
is your
training.
job training. AIT is job training.
Okay.
I learned to be a mechanic.
So in other words, that's where Ashley learned to fix things, and that's where I learned to shoot people in the chest from 5 yards out.
5 yards is.
So
Anywhere from 5 yards to 500.
So I just want to point out, actually, like I told you, you're not classified as a deadly weapon. But when we go see your parents, though, Aaron is supposed to sit in the car. Do not come out. Bad deadly weapon.
Hey, not my fault.
That's the one that was just playing with explosives not even 15 minutes ago.
Right? But no, you're not a deadly weapon. Not even close.
There's a reason I call him Pogue. To explain to chat, Pogue is what us infantrymen call anyone who is not an infantryman, because it means person other than grunt.
Yeah, shut up, Grunt. Go munch on your colored pencils and
That reminds
go break my shit so I can do my damn job.
Oh,
We are the best.
Star said that reminded me of Starship Troopers. Officer, I'm a private.
Well, we are the best because we know we are the best, and we've proven it time and time again.
Yeah,
So just so everybody knows who's not military, yeah, no, they make egos. If you haven't noticed.
Specifically, the infantry does.
Yeah.
The infantry
Yeah, I was gonna
makes us
say.
go like, yeah, we're fucking infantrymen.
You have an ego that just like
Oh, you wanna talk about- You want to talk about
I'm the
ego?
best there is when it comes to turning a fucking wrench, alright?
You want to talk about ego, sister? Talk to a Marine.
Oh,
Oh,
I would
fuck
never.
no. Oh god, those crayon munchies.
You want to talk about someone with an ego? You ask someone, hey, are you a Marine? And they are a Marine or were a Marine. They will wear that title proudly on their chest and scream it from the rooftops.
Not bad, huh?
Uh-huh.
They literally, their motto is literally the feud, the proud, the Marines. And they have a saying of once a Marine, always a Marine.
Or
Even if you become the chair force.
Like I had a
Wait,
guy who
what?
was in
Air
basic training with
Force?
me. Chair Force is what we call is our joke name for the Air Force because they're almost always sit besides the mechanics and anyone else who works out in the tarmac. The rest of them are in air-conditioned offices sitting on their ass.
well,
In a
I
rolling
mean,
chair.
wait, is it? No, Joe doesn't. I can't remember what Joe. Actually,
He's Air Force. He's I think Air National Guard.
okay. Yeah, I don't
I still
remember.
have respect for the Air National Guard.
Regardless, they're about as good as reservists.
Yeah.
Fair.
Also,
Unless you're active component.
Also, I
Say,
am
at least-
eating brothers.
Say at least we can agree that you know reserve is and National Guard is worse than active duty. Yeah, we call the Navy seamen.
Alright.
There's two reasons for that, but we won't get into that on stream.
Well, the one we can tell about, the reason we can tell about is because the lowest rank in the Navy is seaman.
Is it really?
Yes.
SEAMAN. And there's seaman second class and seaman first class. So in other words, unless you get into the Navy with a higher rank because of like college credits or a college degree or something like that or prior service, you are going into the Navy as a seaman.
I feel like being an officer in the Navy would be way worse than being an officer in any other branch besides maybe the Air Force.
I mean, not unless you're a pilot. Then you get to do the fun shit.
You've got a point.
Like, if you're a flight officer in the Navy or the Air Force, you are literally like the tip of the spear for them. You get to do the fun shit.
You are the fun shit.
Like, literally with the Air Force, if you are a pilot, the entire operation basically revolves around you. everyone that is involved with the Air Force that with your plane is specifically working to ensure that your plane is in top condition so you can do your job. That is literally what the Air Force is. The Air Force is literally, we are going to serve our pilots. Our pilots are literally the glue that holds this entire thing together.
No, they really are. It's fucking astonishing.
Without the pilots, the Air Force doesn't have anything. I mean, they have pararescue. They have JTAC.
That is okay. JTAC is really fucking cool. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
They have FOs.
That's less cool.
JTAC and FOs basically do the same thing.
Yeah, but
it's just one gets a little more specialized training.
JTAC is better.
You guys might as well be.
JTAC is joint task. It's joint. I think it's joint task air controller.
Yes.
Essentially what they do is they embed with the ground unit, typically U.S. Army infantry or U.S. Marine infantry or special forces. And their sole job, besides being an extra rifle for the unit, is to call in airstrikes.
Oh, okay.
They basically have an entire little book that they'd be given at the beginning of a mission. Basically says, this is what you have to work with. These are the planes. This is what they've got. This is what you need to call if you want specific things. And so basically, he will then just sit there with his radio and his little book. And while a firefight is going on around him, he's going to be talking into his radio, calling in airstrikes. The JTAC is the point of communication between the ground units and the air forces.
Okay.
Now, granted, it is possible that that a army unit or a marine unit can call in airstrikes on their own because we are like army infantry, we are trained to call in artillery strikes and airstrikes. It just depends on what like assets we have available to us.
Yeah.
And then of course the Marines have their own air wing, so
Think they better than us.
did you know the Army actually still has fixed wing aircraft?
Yeah, we do.
You hardly ever see it because helicopters dominate the air wing.
Not here. We've got a lot of fucking aircraft.
Well, yeah, because your base is like one of the largest in the nation.
Dude, it's fucking massive.
Yeah, you want to know how many of you want to know how many of my bases you could fit in one of yours?
How many?
I'm pretty sure it's like wait, hold on. Are we including all training areas?
Yes.
Okay, then maybe like I think maybe yours is like twice the size if we're including all training areas because Kahuku is freaking huge. PTA is freaking huge.
What about
technically, okay, hold on. If we're including all training areas, my base has the largest training area in the entire army.
yeah, but if we're talking all of Fort Riley's like off-post training areas, then I think we're about equal when it comes to training areas just alone.
You want to know why I say Schofield probably has the largest training areas?
Because you've got Main Island.
Well, we got Big Island, yes, but the entire of the Pacific is our playground.
Fair.
Like, we go over to Indonesia and the Philippines and Thailand.
We go over to Poland and Germany.
Nope. Yeah, basically, to answer your question from earlier, sis, if I were to get back in shape and rejoin the army and went and just said, "Hey, sign me up for infantry,"
Yeah.
you know, got my medical waiver, all the stuff, because I'm re-entry code 3, which means I'd have to get a medical waiver from my back.
Yeah.
If I went back in before, I think it's before the 2 years. I just basically just.
Yeah, you have to
I'd go.
be signed.
Well, I
by
could.
your 2 years.
I could just say I could do it by 2 years. I just lose the rank.
Yeah, you could do it.
But if I did it before 5 years, then then all that would happen is I'd show up to MEPS, I'd in process, sign the contract, and then unlike pretty much everyone else that I'd be at MEPS with, they would all get in a van and head to the airport to go off to basic training.
You wouldn't have to go to basic.
Me,
No, you would.
me, I would no after 2 years. If it's before, if it's
2
before
years?
5
No.
years, no. If it's before 5 years, no.
Yeah. Sorry.
If it's before 5 years, then no. If it's after 5 years, then I would. But if I rejoin before 5 years from my out date is up, then how it would work with me is, I'd show up, do all my stuff, sign my paperwork, sign the contract, all that fun stuff. They would then basically just give me a report date. Say, this is where you're going. This is your unit. Here's your orders. You need to be there, but you need to be there by this date.
Good luck.
And then they'd send me home. And then they'd basically say, we are giving you a flight from here to there. It's on this date at this time. It is your option to use it.
Brother, have you?
I have.
I just got done eating.
And essentially, I would just go straight to a unit.
Well, you would go into
just-
the in processing.
I'd go. Well, I'd still go straight to a unit because I'd go straight to a division. I wouldn't have to go to basic training. I wouldn't have to do any of that stuff. I would just basically be sent straight to my duty station.
Yes.
Damn.
And then because I have prior service and was in for almost over 4 years, I'd show up to my unit. They'd look at me and they'd basically say, "Okay, we know you're low rank just because you got out at that blah blah blah, but we know you've got years of experience. We know you know what you're doing. So we're gonna give you a couple months to get back up to speed. Maybe, and then at that point they basically say, we'll see what you can do, and they'd probably then put in waivers for me to rank back up. In other words, if I joined, say, in a couple of months, I would be back at E4 before Ashy was even there.
I
don't know.
I'm working on it.
I'd make E5 for Ash. That's for sure. And then just show up in the motor pool, and there's like Ash parade rest.
Fuck you.
Because at that point I would be a non-commissioned officer.
Yeah, but not all non-commissioned officers are treated the same.
Of course,
Especially on Riley.
Worst case scenario for Ash, I complete college, get a degree, and then go to officer candidate school.
Yeah, the officers don't give a fuck.
No, I'm saying worst case scenario for you is I show up as a Mustang.
You show up as a Mustang, and I promise you I'm gonna lose my shit. All right.
To explain, because that's probably something you're not fully aware of, sis. Mustang is the nickname of what we call officers who are prior enlisted. And they're kind of put in a different class from other officers because unlike regular officers who, either went through the academy or they were civilians who had a degree and, just decided to go to officer candidates, officer training school. Their only experience in the army is as an officer.
Yeah.
Which is why butter bars are treated just like privates. Because the officer corps, when they see a butter bar, which is a first lieutenant?
Yes.
When they see a first lieutenant, they're basically like, okay, you're brand new, you don't know what you're doing. If you're a second lieutenant, then you're gonna you get treated a little bit better. You got promoted, you got some experience, you probably got some line time under your belt. The difference is that when an enlisted man becomes an officer, either they were previously enlisted and then rejoined as an officer, or they went through the green to gold program,
Yeah.
which is a program you can apply for as an enlisted man. That the army would then send you to a college that you want to go to, pay for your college,
Okay.
and then you go back to the army as an officer, and then serve time in the army because the army paid for your school. So it's basically a program that's like, hey, I want to become an officer, but I need to get my degree. Army goes, okay, here's the money for your degree. Take the 4 years you need, get that degree, but you owe us for that money. So, and if I remember correctly, for like ROTC, since ROTC pays for school, it's like for every year of school that the military pays for through ROTC or through the Green to Gold program, it's like 2 years of service. So if if the army pays for all 4 years,
Yeah.
then you owe them 8 years.
No, it's 4.
They changed it. It's a year for a year.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
As far as I'm aware. Yeah, as far as I'm tracking, it's a year to year.
But because Mustangs had previous experience as enlisted men,
Yeah.
the officer corps treats them a little bit different because they know they have previous experience. Even though they are a first lieutenant, a butter bar, they're gonna understand they've done the stuff the enlisted men have done. They know how it's supposed to work. They have experience, so they get treated a little better than regular butter bars. And then enlisted men like them a lot more because they know hey, that officer's been in my shoes. He's not just some not some college graduate who's just thinking he's superior to me just because he's an officer and I'm enlisted man. That's a guy who's done my job. Who's been on the other side. He's seen both sides of the table. And so enlisted men end up respecting prior enlisted officers a lot more than regular officers.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that
Which,
they
in all
flock
honesty,
to them.
in all honesty, regular officers hate Mustangs.
They treat them like actual dog shit.
Well, at least the regular officers of the same rank as Mustangs.
Yeah.
Higher ups like Mustangs because they know that they can give the Mustang a job and they're gonna get it done.
Yeah.
Like they're reliable, they're responsible, they take accountability for when they mess up. Because that's the thing. A lot of times when you have a Mustang officer, they are there to get the job done. They are there to do the job the best of their ability. They are there to lead the men. They are there to to actually work. Unfortunately, in the military we have right now, there are a lot of officers who are using being an officer as a way to just essentially climb.
Right now, dude, there was this officer, this butter bar, actually. He came in, he was like, hey, I need this water buffalo checked in service. We were like, we can't do it right now. We're like completely tasked out. And then he literally goes to each fucking person and is like, hey, I'll owe you a favor if you go do this Q and QC. Which it's a Q and QC is basically you check the hubs for the grease, check if the grease is good, you check the lights, you make sure everything's in tip-top shape for Army standards. But anyways, yeah, and everyone said no. I mean, everyone says no. So he goes upstairs and he talks to Sergeant O'Neill. Sergeant O'Neill, he's a real fucking straight shooter. He sees that we're all busy, but he sees that, me being the most qualified Q and QCer, seeing as I can get them done in less than 6 minutes for most vehicles. he sent me out there. So I had to stop what I was doing, which was a complete hub removal on the Hemet, which is Aaron can explain what the fucking Hemet is because I don't want to.
A what?
The Hemet, the big wrecker, essentially.
Ah, yes. Basically, just imagine a truck that has either a giant tow cable or a crane.
It wasn't the wrecker version, the wrecker variant. It was the flatbed.
Essentially, they'll use that to carry. They can use that thing to carry like giant potable water containers. They'll use it to carry big generators. They'll use it for ammo. Typically, I see them used as ammo trucks.
We have
big old
ammo
pallets. Big old pallets of ammo too.
Yeah, bro, we have specific ammo trailers that are covered.
It's the one that it can basically take off the entire bed and set it on the ground, right?
No, it's an actual fucking flatbed.
So there's a truck that we used for a lot of things.
But it's that same truck. It's that same truck. It's just a different model.
But it was a truck essentially that it was a flatbed, but the flatbed could be taken on and off by the truck itself.
It's a skyhook, I believe is what they call it.
Because the flatbed has like an anchor point on it. They put the hook on it, and it basically it'll pull the entire flatbed onto the truck, and then move it, and then they can set it right back down on the ground.
Yeah, no, this system is really cool. They use it in commercial farming all the fucking time.
But yeah, my biggest point is that enlisted guys like Mustang officers a lot more than regular officers, and the regular officers of the same rank absolutely hate it because it seems like with them that they have to earn the respect of the enlisted men, whereas the Mustang officer, just by being a Mustang, automatically has the respect of a lot of the enlisted men.
I mean, a lot of the times when you go from green to gold, you're at least an E6 for the most part. So you've been in, what, fucking 6 years on average?
E6? I mean, you're looking closer to 10. Like, so
I don't know. A lot of my E6s are
anywhere from 6 to 10
years.
I'd say anywhere from 6 to 10, depending on how quickly you rank up. Like I said, Sergeant French was an absolute hoss, and did everything to make himself look good. Like he was the best at PT. He was the best at rucking. He was the best at at our job. Like he was tabbed up to the max. He had his EIB, which, by the way, you know what's even crazier?
What?
He was true blue.
True blue.
He was true blue EIB.
Elaborate.
True blue basically means that you went through the entirety of EIB testing without messing up once.
How the
without getting a single no-go.
How the what the they're literally designed to break you at least at one point.
Yeah, because he passed land nav with flying colors.
Land nav is not fucking.
He passed every single test on his first try. And the way he did it was he completely there was some stuff that he didn't practice on at all. The way he did it was he ignored the stuff that he knew and only focused on practicing and learning the stuff that he wasn't fully sure on. Because you only have a certain amount of practice time, right?
Go to the great big one.
Ash.
Yeah.
Is that because, as you know, you only have a certain amount of time for practice.
Yeah.
And you waste quite a bit of that time standing in line.
No, you really do. You really do.
So he
Hurry Up and Wait is the Army's favorite song.
So he basically went to every single station that didn't have a long line that were the stuff that he needed to work on. And basically, he just maxed his time. He maxed as much practice time as he could get, and then he true blue EIB.
That is fucking wild. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Which, by the way, EIB includes every single machine gun, the Mark 19, the Claymore. Like,
I didn't get to mess with the Claymore today. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
You know, stuff that we hardly ever use.
Oh, we're also gonna get trained on trench warfare very soon.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see you get killed by a frag.
No, I was the best in the class today at room clearing.
I bet I could still beat you.
Shut the fuck up.
Here's a little test for you, Ash.
What?
What are you supposed to call if you enter a room and you see like there's another corner like that goes to an area that you can't see?
We didn't have that glass room set up.
Oh my god, you guys just did simple glass houses.
No, we did a simple glass house.
A simple square center fed room.
No, we did a dual room, but it was like a straight on hall as soon as you enter the fucking main room.
So it was literally just double fatal funnel.
Yep.
That's still easy.
Yeah, but there was windows.
Okay,
Like
still easy.
windows in the windows. It was fucking weird as fuck.
Okay.
Still
Think easy.
through.
You didn't have to deal with dead space. You didn't have to deal with with potential obstacles. You didn't have to deal with a door.
Hi.
Another civilian! Thank fucking God!
She's getting drowned in military speed.
Please! My tism's acting up! Please, for the love of God, I'm zoning in and out!
What do you think the army is? All right,
I don't
it's
care!
just one big
Too much
ism pool.
info! Please!
I'm pretty sure like 90% of the army is on the spectrum anyway.
I'm 100% confident 100% of the army is on the spectrum.
Anyways, that Apex video you sent me, that's gross!
Yes.
Oh, by the way, hey sis, did I send you the certified Aussie moment video?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, there's a new spider. There's a new deadly spider.
Australia dropped a new spider DLC.
No.
It's as bad as you think.
Oh, I bet. I don't doubt it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna send it to both of you and Curry.
No.
I know they found a bigger funnel web spider.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what I'm
called the
talking about.
Newcastle
Big Boy.
Big Boy.
The Australian scientists literally named it a Newcastle Big Boy. And it is a larger version of the Sydney funnel web spider.
Hey.
Because it's Big Boy.
And you want to know why they call it the Newcastle Big Boy?
Not particularly, no.
It is literally twice the size of a Sydney funnel web spider.
And those things are massive. They're 5 inches.
Those things are already like about averaging 2 inches in diameter.
Yeah.
This thing's twice as big.
It's like 5.4 inches.
It's like 4 to 5 inches in diameter.
Fucking.
And its venom is just as lethal. It can basically flatline you in 15 minutes.
It does flatline you in 15 minutes.
Which basically means you better hope that there's a doctor on hand. And if not, well, say hi to
Pray
Jesus.
whatever. Yeah. Say hello to your deity.
Not bad.
Yes.
Yes.
You die in 15 minutes, Foxy. 15.
Why has no one found this thing?
Because new species of anything are created very often, actually. You'd be surprised. And There's too much fucking
I feel
wilderness.
like at this point, God's all like, you know what? The difficulty hasn't been that hard.
Oh, by the way, you want to know what makes?
Excuse me?
Sissy.
What? He's just dropping new DLC apparently.
Hey, Sissy.
I don't like these patch notes.
I
Can
don't
you
like
roll
the fucking
back?
patch notes either.
You want to know what's really? You want to know what's great about the Sydney funnel web spider?
No.
Isn't there no anti-venom?
Well, first off, there is, but more often than not, people are dead too fast for it to matter.
Wow.
And secondly, its fangs are long enough to punch through shoe leather.
Oh yeah.
So not even layering up is gonna save you.
Fox is not happy with that.
And the Newcastle Big Boy is even bigger.
Okay, look. I always wanted to travel the world, and Australia was like one of the places I wanted to go. But after these patch notes, fuck that shit.
I forgot about that joke. Hey, what's worse than a spider? That's hold on. What do you say? Hold on. I'm gonna quote him because I want to get this right.
Oh. I'm fucking good. I'd rather stay ever.
So now, what could be worse than a spider rocking armor-piercing rounds that can send you to heaven on same-day delivery?
It has Amazon Prime delivery.
Same-day delivery. It can send you to heaven on same-day delivery. Because, as I said, a bite from a Sydney funnel web will flatline your heart in 15 minutes. It's that venomous.
So, anybody want to play Apex?
No.
I just want to drown my sorrows in getting my ass handed.
I mean, there's Call of
Curry.
Duty.
So Curry.
Yes.
Yeah, did you know they
What
also
is-
found another fucking shark species?
Yes.
No! Again!
I love sharks.
I don't like these fucking patch notes!
Oh God, keep them coming. Keep them coming. Next show us giant snake.
They already did find a big snake like 8 years ago.
Give us another one.
They found a different kind of 26-foot anaconda.
Oh no. I'm not talking a constrictor. I'm talking give us another venomous snake. Like a like a cobra, like a king cobra on steroids.
So the black mamba.
And a black mamba on steroids.
Oh no.
What?
But yeah, Curry, what's worse than a spider rocking armor-piercing rounds that can send you to heaven on same-day delivery?
What?
Why does it have Prime delivery?
A bigger spider rocking the same perk setup.
Oh God.
Again.
and that is the Newcastle Big Boy.
Fox, I've played too much Destiny.
Oh?
I ran Nightfalls for 9 hours. Just to unlock a fucking weapon. I see everyone like, oh, this weapon's so fun to use and it's such a good remembrance. I spent fucking 30 trips to the point where I maxed out fucking Blueberry Boy at the tower.
Damn.
Before I got one.
Hey, Curry.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. He's like, so the spider in question, the regular city funnel web grows to about 5 centimeters, which is about 2 inches.
Yeah.
And now here's the new one.
Why?
It's twice the fucking size, cunt.
Why? Why is it new?
It's a new species. It's a new type of that species that is twice the size. So in other words, these things grow to be 4 inches in diameter.
Oh.
Like I kind of, why do I imagine that like I'd move to Australia and I just wake up one morning and one of these things is gonna be in my boot?
No, thank you.
I was just like, oh, dump, go shoot. Just shoot. Four inches of eight-legged menace to the animal kingdom.
Yeah,
Bro.
no fucking shit! Ow!
Professional Australian scientists named a supersized version of the deadliest spider on the planet the Newcastle Big Boy.
What the fuck is this AR-15?
Professional Australian scientists
Yeah.
named a supersized version of the most deadly spider on the planet,
Uh-huh.
the Newcastle Big Boy.
Again, I'm not liking these patch notes. I don't appreciate these patch notes. And I really hope we don't get a new extended DLC.
Hey God, when's the next patch dropping? Are we getting Megalodons back?
Oh god. Oh, did you see that there's a new Shrek movie?
What?
No, I didn't. I'd rather not.
They're making Shrek 5, and it's
Please.
coming out soon. It's going to be bad because they redesigned Shrek and Donkey.
Why?
He looks more like modern cartoons and looks almost nothing like the old cartoons.
This is the Australia moment, but we found another one because of course we fucking did.
Hold on, let's see if I can find.
Babe, wake up! New Australian update just dropped.
No. No. My eye is twitching right now, stop.
Oh, next thing we know, they're gonna discover a new species of scorpion.
Shut up. Shut up, please.
And it's gonna be larger than the emperor scorpion.
Well, I mean, squirrel behavior has already changed. They're fucking eating meat. And
Fucking-
attacking things that are meat.
Okay, then that means wait, hold on. Is actually serious.
Yes! Scientists are fucking baffled right now because squirrels are changing their dietary to fucking eat now.
Specifically California squirrels.
Yes!
Yeah, so apparently California squirrels are eating other rodents for the first time.
Yes!
California ground squirrels typically eat nuts, seeds, and plants, but a study has evidence some may now be meat eaters.
Yep. Lovely, right? So we have a weird California patch note. We have an Australian fucking patch note now.
So the suspected reasoning as to why we now have carnivorous squirrels in California
Probably
is because abundance of prey.
Yeah.
The amount of voles and shrews that are there right
It's
now in
ridiculous.
California is monumental.
Yeah, and so now they're realizing, oh, well, we have this abundant food source. Okay, well, we'll just...
And basically, ground squirrels, these species of ground squirrels, are in direct competition with these voles and shrews for all the nuts and plants.
Right.
So the ground squirrel solution, we're gonna eat our competitors. That's just adaptation. That's just science in motion.
Scientists also discovered killer whales guarding whale packs.
Yes. You also know that dolphins will purposely get themselves punctured by pufferfish to get themselves high, right?
Yeah, they also smack pufferfish around, also get high.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like they would purposely smack it around to get it to puff up, and then they would and they purposely stab their noses on it to get high on it.
Yeah. Did you also know that dolphins like fucking smacking the shit out of killer whales for this fun?
Dolphins are also known to beat the shit out of sharks and kill them.
Yeah.
They literally will just find a shark and basically say, "Get that motherfucker,"
Yeah.
and then beat it to death.
So everybody knows, dolphins are the dickholes of ocean.
Dolphins
life.
are assholes.
They're straight up assholes. I was watching this one video of this scientist. He was like out there watching the whales, and he saw a pack of dolphins like kind of circling them, and there was a seal that was going like near them, and the pack literally circled the seal and started fucking biting him.
Damn. Fox, check your Facebook notifications.
No.
I sent you Shrek.
No, why? Why? I can live my whole life.
It's
Oh,
so
yeah,
bad.
Hey,
It doesn't look like Shrek.
no. Wait, are those his kids on the side?
Yeah. Did you see his wife and donkey?
Why don't they have lips?
Exactly.
Eh,
None of them have lips.
yeah, I know.
It makes
No,
me
they all have lip. Okay. The 3 don't have lips, but the child does. The child has lipstick on, so therefore they have lips. That makes no sense! DreamWorks! Why? You were doing so well. You were doing so well with movies lately, and then all of a sudden you drop that shit.
So, sis. You know about the 3 cases where dolphins decided to go after humans, right?
I think so.
So it's not a case that happens all the time. It's not something that's going to happen in the wild.
Yeah.
But this was a case of too much human interaction for the dolphins in those 3 cases. And it was basically, sexual aggression towards that person because of too much human interaction, so it got too used to them and it kind of thought of them as another dolphin.
Yeah. Did you know penguins don't see us as anything
Yes, they
else
see
but
us as
other penguins?
they see us as giant penguins. It's adorable.
It is so fucking cute.
They will literally waddle over to scientists
Yep.
and say, "What are you doing away from the flock? Come on, follow me."
Right? You're too far from the flock. You'll get hurt by other seals.
You'll get eaten or lost. Follow me.
Oh my god, it's so fucking cute. I love it.
Like I'm not gonna lie. That was part of the reason why I was initially thinking about becoming a marine biologist, because I wanted to go to Antarctica to study penguins.
Silly.
Penguinos.
I kind of just want to go to Antarctica. Not gonna lie.
So, Fox, do you remember how I told you that I've been having someone like hack my Facebook a bit?
Yeah.
Someone attempted to log in from Washington State.
What?
Drink water, you
I
dehydrated
don't want to
bitch!
drink water.
Too bad. Oh, Fox, if you wanted to suffer and get absolutely killed, I mean, we could always, we could always do a dungeon. One with plenty of parkour.
Brother.
Hmm.
Swing.
What? No, don't you dare! Don't
Swing?
you dare give me a
Swing?
vacation!
Swing,
No! No,
Swing,
don't you
swing.
dare!
swing.
No, no!
I can't do it. I can't do it to him.
Yes!
I can't do it to Curry.
Oh, I'm waiting for her stream to stop so that I know to run.
Yeah, sis, I can't do it because he's the same rank as me.
I know.
No.
You can though.
No vacation.
No vacation?
Swing, swing,
No
swing,
vacation.
swing,
Vacation.
swing,
No vacation.
swing, 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 swing.
No.
Oh.
No, I don't want to go this time of year.
There he goes. Last words he said. I don't want to go this time of year. Go to Cancun, bitch.
Do the beach.
But
Get out, bud.
sis,
What's up?
this say, do you think I could go as like an archaeologist to Antarctica?
He came into chat. Do you think you could what?
Do you think I could go as an archaeologist to Antarctica? Like, what kind of stuff could an archaeologist do in Antarctica?
That depends on what you get funding for. Each research trip has certain funding from certain people, so they're probably looking for something. Have to.
He's back.
Welcome back.
Vacation was not fun.
Oh, it was crowded.
You didn't enjoy the beach?
No, it was raining and cold.
into Cape Cod with you.
Cape Cod has food at least. This place had no food. Everything was sold out.
No, I was gonna throw you into the water. I was gonna throw you into the Sound.
Oh, that shit's cold.
Yeah, I know.
Literally freezing.
Into the harbor with you.
Oh God, no! Please.
Boston Tea Party.
Hold on.
Curry,
What's the temperature of Boston Harbor at the moment?
Curry, you be the tea. I'd be the. Curry, you be the tea. I be the Americans.
Oh, it's actually. Wait, hold on.
Is it somewhat warm? Or is it freezing?
36.3 degrees.
Hell, you'll be fine.
3.3 or no, 4.3 degrees above freezing.
That'll be fine.
Oh, at least it's less salty than the rest of the world. It's 30%. The salinity is 30%. The average of the world is 35%. Also, Ashy's been ditching me for a girl. Just out of nowhere, just
I'm trying
dipped.
to remember.
Who was what was the question? Who was featured?
Oh, it was a song she was playing. You have to listen to the song and remember what game it was put in.
Oh.
Ah, shit. Yeah. Get in the fucking vacuum. Yeah. Oh, Curry, I have a game that you would totally be. I know you would have fun watching.
What?
Pokemon, Coliseum.
Absolutely. You know what I kind of really want to get, but I would have no one to play with. I want to get Brawl. I want to get fucking Smash Bros. On my Switch. I don't think it's Brawl on the Switch, but I want to get. You have Smash? I kind of want to save up for Smash Bros now.
I will pass. So you remember Gigasonic, right?
Yes.
Okay. So me and Gigasonic have this rivalry going on that every time he like challenges Smash, it's 12-0 Curry. 12-0.
If I
Yeah, what's up?
Just saying, you do not want to play me in Smash.
I would totally love to have both of you. I would love to do that one day. Fucking play Smash Brothers with.
If it's the Wii version, I will absolutely dominate.
Fuck you.
No, you want to know why?
I'm a Lucario main. What do you mean?
You want to know why?
Fuck
You want to know why? Hey. Do you want to know why I say that? Why I say you do not want to play me in Smash?
Because you play fighting games for a living.
I don't play fighting games for a living, but before I joined the military, I did play Smash competitively. I would go to locals every week.
You play Tekken religiously. What do you mean?
Well, I just got back into Tekken. It's been 6 months.
Gross.
What do you mean?
Alright,
Playing any fighting game is
I
gross.
think I'm gonna change games.
Like, no, I will say you.
Who's that Pokemon?
Like,
I
no
also
joke.
definitely
They both
didn't play
charged-
Star Fox.
They both charged their neutral B, and they just sat there for 2 minutes.
You know, actually, there's another character that I would
Crowd was booing. When was the last time you heard, like, sis? When was the last time you heard a crowd boo at Evo?
Fair enough.
Like, if you're sitting on stage at the grand finals of an Evo tournament, and the crowd is booing you and your opponent,
Yeah.
there's something wrong.
Yeah. Oh, there is.
And they actually would have just continued to sit there as they were, you know, with their guns charged.
Yeah.
And a TO had to come out there and say they would both be disqualified from the tournament for stalling if they didn't start playing again.
Yeah.
Which basically meant that if they both got disqualified, the guy in third place would have gotten first.
Yeah.
The guy who lost in losers finals would have gotten first place if they both got disqualified. Which basically means the guy who lost in losers finals would get first place. And then the guy who was eliminated in the two guys who got eliminated in losers semifinals would have gotten third and fourth.
Yeah.
Or second and third. And the two guys who were in grand finals would have basically gone that entire tournament for nothing.
Yeah. If you guys have never played this game, I feel sorry for you.
But no, in my defense, I have not played Tekken in 6 months.
Yeah.
Also, wasn't there? What was the Pokemon game that was on Wii?
There was like 4. Which one do you mean? there was multiple. So there was Pokemon Stadium, which was like Pokemon Stadium on the GameCube and the Nintendo 64 where you could like battle your friends. It was like Pokemon Revolution.
It was the one that like
Pokemon part where you played.
It was the one that It was the one that like you could import your team from like the DS game from like the DS game you had of like Diamond and Pearl.
Oh, Mystery Dungeon.
No, it was not Mystery Dungeon.
Puzzle League, Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure.
Hold on, let me go see if I still have it.
Snap, Pokemon XD, Coliseum, Pokemon Box, Ruby and Sapphire.
But if you had Ruby or Sapphire, you could transfer your.
I gotta remember where. See, I think
Pokemon Rumble
here
is my favorite one. It's where you control the Pokemon that was like a little chibi, and you could like spend points to like have a gotcha system.
Yeah. Oh, you know what's my favorite one? Pokemon Conquest. Not a lot of people played it, and not a lot of people know.
There's my Pokemon Ranch, Pokemon Channel, Pokemon Battle Revolution, obviously the 3 mystery dungeons.
Pokemon Ranch. I don't think I ever played that.
It was released in 2008.
Yeah.
It's a WiiWare title that was much like Pokemon Box, was essentially a glorified Pokemon storage system.
I was looking for something.
Oh, that's right.
And I'm sorry, the spring doors closed them.
That's right, I remember that.
I'm now gonna look this up because I don't remember which Pokemon it was.
Alright, I will be right back. I'm going to go get something to eat. Probably dinner.
I think it was Battle Revolution.
Was it Battle Revolution?
I want to say it was Pokemon Battle Revolution.
Yeah, that was the one.
That was the Wii one that went with Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. It's like Pokemon Stadium.
But yeah, so it was a turn-based strategy video game in the Pokemon series developed by Genius Sonority and published by the Pokemon Company and Nintendo. It was released for the Wii on December 14, 2006 in Japan, and on June 25, 2007 in North America, on November 22, 2007 in Australia, and on December 7, 2007 in Europe. Along with being the first Wii incarnation of the Pokemon video game franchise, it is also the first Wii game to use the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection in North America and Japan, and the second Wii game to wirelessly interact with the Nintendo DS handheld.
Yeah.
Pokemon Battle Revolution features 11 different Colosseums in a Pokemon-themed park called Poketopia. Other features include stadiums that have their own special effects, such as randomizing the order of one's Pokemon. Some other effects are choosing the order of an opponent's Pokemon and setting level limitations. The game features 11 different Colosseums, each with special changes to normal play or prerequisites and a Colosseum leader.
Yeah.
The Crystal Colosseum holds battles in a 16-person single elimination tournament mode. The Gateway Colosseum is only open to a rental pass holder, and the Neon Colosseum uses a wheel to choose the players and opponents battling Pokemon.
Yeah.
As the player progresses, the Pokemon available to rent become more powerful. The player also earns Poke Coupons, the currency of this game. Coupons can be spent to customize the player's character's in-game appearance with items such as apparel, face paint, and hair color. Unlike Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, the game does not include a story mode. Pokemon attacks are also much more diverse, with each Pokemon acquiring its own animation for most moves in the game. Some animations feature both the attacking and defending Pokemon on screen at the same time. In previous console titles, the game only showed one Pokemon attacking and then cut away to the second getting hit by the attack. Along with the connectivity to the Nintendo DS games, the player can win Pokemon from this game and transfer them back to their DS games through Mystery Gift. This feature allows players to obtain Pokemon that are either hard or impossible to get without using a cheat device. To unlock the Pokemon, players must achieve certain goals or enter a special code. A Pikachu with the special moves Volt Tackle and Surf can be attained by beating each Coliseum once, whereas an Electivire and Magmortar can be attained via special codes. In addition to the Pokemon download, players can purchase items like certain technical machines and evolution items. Pokemon Battle Revolution is the first Pokemon home console title to go online in the United States, as well as the first online game for the Wii console. It features 2 online modes, Battle with a Friend, which allows a player to battle a friend using a friend code, and Battle with Someone, which lets the player face off against a random opponent. After each random battle, players are given the chance to exchange trainer passes. The exchange must be mutual. It will not work if one of the 2 trainers refuses. Nintendo DS controls cannot be used in online multiplayer. When playing random online battles... Hand it. Thank you. Set that stuff there, please. Thank you. When playing random battles online, the player's trainer's custom greetings and Pokemon nicknames are all changed to its native nation's defaults. For example, the Japanese Magikarp, Koi King, will show its Japanese name instead of its English one. All Pokemon, including Generation 5 and on, are allowed in random battles.
Oh, Curry, did you see,
I think Curry's away from the computer.
oh.
I'm here.
Oh, he is here.
Did you see the Pokemon news?
Yeah. I
Fucking
kinda like it.
mobile game? The fuck?
I didn't see that far. I just saw the
what?
Yeah, so
the new game stuff.
Okay, DNA is cool. That's awesome, great. It's cool. I thought no, they're making a fucking mobile game that you could play. You could actually play with Switch players that actually have the game. And again, it's a Pokemon Stadium game.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
But like me and Curry, if Curry's away from his Switch, he can just log in on his fucking phone and battle me. It's a good idea actually. I'm not pissed about it. It's just a good idea. It looks fun. But I know Z and A is a new game that's gonna be coming to the new Switch. Did you see what starters? Because I'm like getting like mixed information about the starters.
Torchic, Tepig, and Totodile.
Why?
Not hold on.
Why? Like, I'm not hating on those, but like...
Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile.
Why?
What did Totodile ever do to you?
I'm not... They could have chosen a different fire type than the fucking fire pig!
Yeah, that's what I'm upset about as well. I want my Typhlosion.
That's what I'm upset about too. They could
I'm just over here.
have a shit ton of fire types, and
They picked the worst one.
You know what? You know what's funny?
Uh,
Say normally I pick fire. However, there were 2 Pokemon games that I did not pick fire. You want to know what those 2 are? Well, I don't remember exactly which games, but I picked Totodile over Torchic.
It wasn't Torchic. It was
fucking what's his name?
Quilava.
Hold
on. Yeah.
Cyndaquil, yeah.
Yes.
I picked Totodile over Cyndaquil.
Yeah.
Blasphemy.
Right?
And I picked Turtwig over Chimchar.
Oh! Blasphemy of the highest order!
I'm sorry, I love Turtwig. Torterra was my goat.
Heretic! Blasphemy! How dare you!
Blasphemy.
Blasphemer!
Torterra was my goat.
Ew! You and Shadow! That's something you and Shadow have in common. Ew!
You know he had like the highest defense in the game, right?
I never
Okay.
cared for defense. I cared for offense.
Right? Good and all, but like, ew.
See, here's the thing. My Torterra,
Too.
my Torterra was the kind that could take a beating and then dish it right back. When facing against Cynthia, my Torterra took down over half her team by itself.
Chad literally just messaged me on fucking Messenger. What about me? Nothing, babe. Love you.
I'm gonna message him telling him the truth.
Oh, bitch! Don't you dare! Too late, I already told him. Aha!
I already I just texted him.
Bitch!
They're picking Kurtzwig over Chimchar was blasphemy.
No. The true blasphemy is picking Piplup.
Guess what my brother picked?
Hey, I picked both.
Wow.
I
Yes, babe,
played
third wave.
multiple.
Blasphemy. Never picked. Yeah, you did. You said you picked. You told me you picked it before.
By the way, when I faced Cynthia,
Never
I
got
had-
fucking
I had 3 goats basically on my team that allowed me to take her down. Torterra, obviously, because you know he absolutely just tanked like 4 of her Pokemon. My female Lucario.
Oh, okay. I got that wrong.
And Star Raptor.
He's never picked Torterra or Turtwig because but he would either pick that one or the one.
Piplup.
Gross.
But,
I don't think
you
we
wanna know-
can
you
get
wanna know what-
married if you pick Piplup, babe.
You want to know what you want to know what was the most deadly move that my Star Raptor had?
But
Steel Wing.
yeah.
It ripped straight through her fucking Rampardos.
Okay, so you guys, I have a bunch.
No, Garchomp, right?
Okay.
Garchomp is what she has?
So I have.
Yeah, no, the Steel
bunch
Wing
of
ripped
games.
straight through her Garchomp.
So if we get bored of watching Pokemon Coliseum, right? I have Mario Kart Double Dash. I have. Super
You know what we should
Mario.
do, sis?
I have Pikmin. I have the Baden Katos. Lost Ocean Origins in fucking English. God.
Hey, sis.
Hold on. I have Pokemon XD, Tales of Darkness, and Twilight Princess.
You know what we should do one time for a stream? Mario Party.
Mario Party.
The new one.
I don't have it. I don't have it on Switch.
And you know why I would say we need to play Mario Party? Just so everyone can see us get angry at each other.
Oh my fucking god! I swear to God, you touch another fucking star, I'm ending this friendship. Curry.
That literally be the way it is. That would literally be the way it is. It's like, I swear to God, Curry, if you get another star. Curry, who's currently sitting on 4 stars.
Right?
Whereas I'm hiding off to the side with 5.
Fuck you!
Don't mind me.
I
Yelling
only
Curry.
have 2. I'm sitting in the corner with 2. Fuck off!
You got 2 stars. You're yelling at Curry. If he touches another star, the friendship is over. And I'm just over there, just like whistling in the corner with 5 stars, like not pay attention to me. Don't mind me.
And I look over and fuck, bitch! When did you get 5?
It's like, found them and lost and found.
Oh, lost and found my ass.
It's like I've just been using Boo to steal all of your
Yeah,
stars.
fuck you! You know what's really funny is if I don't try too hard, I have the greatest fucking dice luck. That
No,
game.
it's just like
It
every
doesn't
single
matter.
time you get it's like every single time you get a star, I use Boo to yank it from you.
Well, okay, so if one of you if you can gift me the game, I will play it. I will put it in my roster of games that we play.
I feel like a Mario Party game would last all of 5 turns once I started stealing
I
stars
have a
from
Mario
Foxy.
Party game, but I don't think it's. I don't remember actually.
Hey sis,
Yeah.
how mad would you be if every single time you got a star, I used Boo to just swipe it from you?
You'd have to be worried if I went quiet. All I have to say, be worried the moment I go quiet.
Well, I will say I think it's a good idea that if we play Mario Party to implement house rules.
Which are?
Always hit random.
Always hit random.
Okay.
And with the duels, you know, where you had to put coins on the line.
Yeah.
When you run over to one of the blocks to hit it, don't be tactical about it. You just have to hit it as fast as you can.
Okay.
As soon
I
as
was
you
gonna
get,
say
as soon as you
hit
get to
the
that block, you
centerpiece
just hit it.
first.
I
or
also
left.
Yeah,
want to
centerpiece first, and then you just hit as fast as you can.
I also want to add a rule. If we're doing mini games and it doesn't matter what mini game, we always do a test.
Always do one practice round.
Yeah, just because even if you've done it, just because not everybody's played a lot of mini games because they're randomized.
I don't think I've ever played Mario Party.
Oh god, it's so much fun. it's kind of like
I've never had people to play
Uno. It's kind of like Uno. It just slightly destroys friendships, kind of.
I've never played Uno online. I've only ever played the physical card game. I didn't have friends online for like years.
Hurry.
It's like until
Sadness.
you know, until you try playing Monopoly online.
Oh god, I never. No, that's everybody's an asshole online.
And then because someone's kicking everyone else's ass, the rest of the game becomes communist just to take down that one person.
Yep, everybody bands together to fucking take that bitch on. Okay, hold on, let me see.
Like, so one person could own like half the fucking properties, and then everyone else would just pool their resources just to take down that one person.
Yeah, pretty
Like, wait, this is supposed to be monopoly. It's supposed to be capitalism, not communism. What the fuck?
Everybody hates that one person. Everybody hates that one person.
Why do I feel like it would be me that gets ganged up on? I feel like you, Curry, and Shadow, or you, Curry, and Ash would gang up on me.
Oh yeah,
I have
so
the
mobile
worst luck.
game. The mobile game is called Pokemon Champion.
By the way, do you still play Pokemon Go?
Yeah, occasionally. Why?
I don't know. I'm just curious. I haven't touched it in years.
Hold on, I'll be back.
I don't have it downloaded still.
Yeah, no, I still play Pokemon Go. I don't really have anybody to like trade with too much. So.
And you're not really able to get to your spots anyway.
You have to be like a certain distance near them in order to like. Okay, hold on. I gotta put Shadow's switch on the charger because he forgets to charge it.
Oh, it's Llama.
All the fucking time. There we go. Okay.
It's the Llama.
What's up? Fuck it, I'm playing Fortnite.
That's disgusting.
I'm playing zombies in Fortnite.
You mean the original thing the game was intended for that never actually went anywhere?
No, like Call of Duty World at War style zombies.
Okay.
Does anyone even remember the survival mode that Fortnite
Yeah,
is
still
I played it
there.
a couple times.
It's still there. It's just buried heavily under everything else.
Oh yeah, the Mario.
No
Party
one ever
one.
fucking plays it. Because
Let's see.
the battle royale just won out.
I have Mario Party Superstars.
Okay.
But I do kind of want to get the new one. I do kind of like the features that they added in Z and A, where it's kind of like Arceus, where you can like run around and find Pokemon.
Not much.
I can.
Sorry. Not using a headset right now.
Are you okay?
I just got off work.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, it's this Super Mario Party Jamboree.
Oh boy. This.
Huh.
The Tate brothers are back in the United States.
Oh.
Their travel ban was lifted apparently.
Getting arrested. Somebody's gonna get arrested.
Also, yeah, March 1st, you will not probably see me playing anything other than Tekken.
No, I do.
Yeah, Honor Williams is dropping, as well as the whole new season.
Yep. So are you gonna be available tomorrow?
Should be after class.
Marvel Friday.
Oh boy, I'm gonna be suffering.
Yep. I will try to, well, my... if you'd like to support me, private message me, or my link is...
Oh, just watching a kangaroo go after a golfer. Kangaroos don't give a shit. They'll go after anything.
You know what's really terrifying? About kangaroos? Don't go anywhere near them. They decide to go into the...
If they decide to what?
Go into the water. They'll drag you in the water and hold you.
Yeah.
Sorry
Yeah.
for that.
They will also box you. And they hit really hard. Like, a guy once got his ribs cracked by getting punched by a kangaroo. Also, they could probably just straight up cave your chest in if they go up in their tail and kick you.
Mm-hmm. Coffee.
Alright, man.
I didn't have coffee this morning.
Ah. Hey, I'm gonna take a small break up in one. So I will be back. Guessing.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh. Alright, I'm back, guys.
Yeah, so this thing was called. Hold on, what do they call it? It's called Daspletosaurus, which means frightful lizard, and apparently it was the second largest tyrannosaurid to ever exist. This thing was ruling North America before Tyrannosaurus even existed.
Seriously.
Though I love how they're putting like fur and feathers on a vast majority of dinosaurs now rather than just skin.
Right. I was so...
Fuzzy dinosaurs.
I can only... And we're kind of just estimating what they look like. Also, hi, Gordon. I was rushing. That took longer than I thought. Okay, so I kind of want to switch games. Sorry about that. Yes, I have this one and XP as well.
Wait.
I do wanna...
Oh, see. Oh, shit. Sis. There are two different types of Tyrannosaurus.
Who's that Pokemon?
Last non-avian dinosaurs to exist before the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event. Like other tyrannosaurids, Tyrannosaurus was a bipedal carnivore with a massive skull balanced by a long, heavy tail. Relative to its large and powerful hind limbs, the forelimbs of Tyrannosaurus were short but unusually powerful for their size, and they had two clawed digits.
Yeah.
The most complete specimen measures 12.3 to 12.4 meters, or 40 to 41 feet, in length, but according to most modern estimates, Tyrannosaurus could have exceeded sizes of 13 meters in length, 3.7 to 4 meters in hip height, and 8.8 tons in mass.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that's 43 feet, 12 to 13 feet at hip height, and 8.8 tons.
Fear of the woods, but I think they're making a big deal out of it.
Although some of the theropods might have rivaled or
Mere
exceeded Tyrannosaurus in
superstition,
size, it is still among the largest known land predators, with its estimated bite force being the largest among all terrestrial animals.
Hey, relax.
By far the
Don't catch
largest
me off guard
carnivore in
this
its
time.
environment, Tyrannosaurus rex was most likely an apex predator, preying upon hadrosaurs, juvenile armored herbivores like ceratopsians and ankylosaurs, and possibly sauropods. Some experts have suggested the dinosaur was primarily a scavenger. The question of whether Tyrannosaurus was an apex predator or a pure scavenger was among the longest debates in paleontology. Most paleontologists today accept that Tyrannosaurus was both a predator and a scavenger. Some specimens of Tyrannosaurus rex include some that are nearly complete skeletons. Soft tissue and proteins have been reported in at least one of these specimens. The abundance of fossil material has allowed significant research into many aspects of its biology, including its life history and biomechanics. The feeding habits, physiology, and potential speed of Tyrannosaurus rex are a few subjects of debate. Its taxonomy is also controversial, as some scientists consider Tarbosaurus bataar from Asia to be a third Tyrannosaurus species, while others maintain Tarbosaurus as a separate genus. Several other genera of North American tyrannosaurids have also been synchronized with Tyrannosaurus. At present, 2 species of Tyrannosaurus are considered valid: the type species Tyrannosaurus rex, and the earlier in age and more recently discovered Tyrannosaurus micrensis. As the archetypal theropod, Tyrannosaurus has been one of the best known dinosaurs since the early 20th century, and has been featured in film, advertising, postal stamps, and many other media. By the way, the Micrensis species was just recently discovered. Literally 2024. Yeah, so Tyrannosaurus micrensis. In 2024, Dahlman and colleagues described the remains of a tyrannosaur discovered in 1983 in the Campanian early Maastrichtian Hall Lake Formation in New Mexico. Reposited at the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science, the fossil material NMMNHP-3698 consists of the right postorbital, right squamosal, left palatine, and an incomplete maxilla from the skull, the left dentary, right splenial, right prearticular, right angular, and right articular from the lower jaws, isolated teeth, and chevrons. Some of the bones were briefly mentioned in 1984 as belonging to T-Rex and described in 1986. Lemon and Carpenter in 1990 suggested that these fossil remains belong to a new Tyrannosaurid genus, while Carr and Williamson in 2000 disagree with their claim. Sullivan and Lucas in 2015 argued that there is little evidence to support that this fossil as a specimen of Tyrannosaurus rex, so they tentatively classified it as Tyrannosaurus species. They also considered that the McRae Tyrannosaur lived before the Lancian, so before 67 million years ago, based on its coexistence with Alamosaurus. Dahlman in 2024 proposed the new name Tyrannosaurus micrensis for the holotype of the fossil, referencing the McRae group, the rock layers to which the Hall Lake Formation belongs. The holotype of Tyrannosaurus micrensis is found in the strata that are around a few million years old in the accepted age of T-Rex, which existed at the end of the Maastrichtian. The rock layers were initially estimated to date between 72.7 and 70.9 million years ago, correlating the latest Cambrian or early Maastrichtian. However, in a 2024 conference abstracts, the specific stratigraphic layer which yielded Tyrannosaurus micrensis was estimated to be younger than 69 plus or minus 0.4 million years ago, and older than 66.0 million years ago based on the sandstone from the same fossil locality, which suggests that the age of Tyrannosaurus micrensis is much closer to T-Rex than previously thought. Tyrannosaurus micrensis was estimated at 12 meters long, which is similar to the size of an adult T-Rex. The two were distinguished by characters of the skull. Among these, the dentary of Tyrannosaurus macrensis is proportionally longer and possesses a less prominent chin, and the lower jaw shallower than that of Tyrannosaurus rex, suggesting a weaker bite. The teeth are likewise blunter and more laterally compressed, while the post-orbital crests are less prominent. Likewise, the skeletal anatomy showcases shared characteristics of Tarbosaurus and Zuchenotyrannus.
Yeah. Zero damage.
This! Whoa! Huh. Loser. Don't be thinking you can beat me. Gotcha.
Bitch. Only took 2 damage.
That was a pretty sweet battle. Let's get it on. Yeah! Say cheese. Is that all you got? Huh. Yeah! Yeah! That was way too easy.
Or if brother. A bamboo.
Let's get it on. Yeah! Hope you're photogenic. Time to collect the loot.
Gotta start. Hell.
Don't be thinking you can beat me. Yeah! Yeah! Huh. Loser.
Okay, brother.
Yeah, I'm just typing. I'm just listening to a YouTube video, typing stuff.
was that?
Kind of got into a little bit of a yelling match with my mother.
Fine. Love that.
Yeah, she's really worried about the part 2 of my math exam tomorrow.
Why?
She's worried that I'm not going to do well on it because to her it seems like I haven't really studied.
Studying?
But I have been, and I feel pretty good.
Okay.
Like today, there was a couple that I went, oh shit, but then I figured it out for the most part. I gave it my best shot.
That's all, I mean... If you really feel like that bad, pretty... Oh, they probably wouldn't give... I was gonna say, you could ask your, teacher, your professor, if they could give you a practice test.
I already did that.
Oh, you already did the practice
He already gave us a practice assessment. I already went through it.
Okay. Water thing. Case. Pause. Just pull it out of the oven, please. I'm sorry, I'm in a battle. I can't really pause at the moment.
Hey sis.
Yeah.
Apparently this dinosaur.
Yeah.
Daspletosaurus. Apparently it had a strong enough bite that it could shatter bones on impact.
Fun.
And the only dinosaur in its family that had a stronger bite force was T-Rex. And just barely. And it has the 3rd largest jaw muscles behind Tyrannosaurus and Tarbosaurus.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh god, sis. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It gets worse.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
This?
Yeah, what's up?
Daspletosaurus got even worse.
Oh, I.
Unlike Tyrannosaurus Rex, these fuckers hunted in units.
Oh, lovely.
familial units. And the way that it seemed like it worked out is that because they're Tyrannosaurs, for the first like 5 to 10 years of their life, they really didn't grow, and then they just kind of seemed to explode.
Oh.
So when you had a smaller, younger Daspletosaur, they stayed small, and they stayed small for a good chunk of time. And because they were smaller, they were faster. So the way that scientists think they hunted was they'd send in the smaller, faster Depletosauruses, you know, to harry and harass the prey,
Yeah.
you know, slow them down, so the big older units could then just, you know, come in and finish the job.
Fetch a handsome price these
Jesus.
So not even the big you know, horned dinosaurs or ankylosaurs were safe, because these things had enough bite force to go through their armor, and they hunted in packs.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, you'd be fucked. And also, they're cannibals.
Oh, lovely.
It's possible that if they found a dead Daspletosaurus, they would just eat it.
Oh, that's. Oh.
Welcome to dinosaurs.
That's...
My oh my. Look at what we have here. A load of fresh magnets. These could come in handy.
These things lived alongside Gorgosauruses.
Stealing their things? They're my friends, you know.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just reading
These won't
stuff.
be doing them
Sorry.
much good now. We gotta do what we can to survive, right?
Just reading.
After all,
Oh,
I don't hear them.
I don't know if I told you, but I told Ashy. I found this writing book. Or, script. Brother. And it helps with someone who has a jump and like. So once I start doing the groundwork of my stuff, I'm gonna start writing again, and I'm gonna charge people a whole amount of money to read. That's something that you wanna check out. Up in Discord and let you. But I'm gonna start writing. Kind of give you a general plot. I mean, I'll give you like a little snippet of the book, but other than that,
Besides, I'm not stripping them bare. I'll only take what I need.
I might be getting disconnected from Discord OBS. So if I do get disconnected from OBS and the dies out,
Catch.
I will be right back, okay?
You. Graham's pendant. Leon's bracelet. You want me to give these items to their families to help them remember? You know, maybe I...
That'll help. Yeah, sometimes
share of the loot.
it'll be fine, and then other
Enough to shut you up.
just
What?
drop for no reason because
How could you be so... I won't accept goods stolen from my friends. How insulting
It's
to the
this.
dead.
yeah, what's up?
Have you ever heard of the Western Interior Seaway?
No, but I said
No, I didn't. All I heard was just shark, 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 dinosaur, dinosaur, dinosaur.
Ism.
Sorry, you start talking about ancient animals, and that's kind of why I'm kind of big into the archaeology stuff, because
Okay.
archaeology dips into paleontology. Do you realize how much fun I could dig up shit?
I get that. I said I found this program that helps me get all my book.
My name
So
Uh-huh.
is
I was
Shella.
gonna get back into
I'm
writing.
glad you
I have the
came in your
program
Nice.
up. Probably gonna start it this weekend and write out all the thoughts for my.
I didn't fight that thing to save you, Shella.
Hey, sis.
Oh.
What would you say if just like at a random point, like you're at home with Shadow, minding your own business, you get a text from me, I'm somewhere in Europe digging up an ancient castle, and I just send a picture like, hey, look what we found, and it's literally just a crumbling wall behind us that we're digging out. Like, what would you say?
Cool.
A
I would
saber
be
dragon's fangs
impressed.
will
I'd
fetch me
probably
a juicy sum.
like,
and
yeah,
a story.
look.
Look what my brother found, and it's literally just a crumbling, dirt-covered wall.
Unbarring.
You're from Mira,
Actual.
the city of illusion. aren't
It's
you?
literally just a crumbling, dirt-covered wall, yet I just seem so proud of
How
it.
could you tell?
Right.
And it turns out it's an entire fucking fortress that's buried.
Because you have a guardian spirit with you. I knew as soon as it said that only the people of
Check
Mira
that out.
could
I'm sorry,
summon
what?
guardian
Thor's
spirits to this world.
folly would fall in love with you.
You seem to know a lot about guardian
Unfortunately, that side of my batter's box is really weak.
Was it a no, Gore? Was it a no?
It's really weak.
But it wasn't
I don't.
no.
At the
I don't
threshold
bat. I don't
between
bat that
this
strongly
world
at that
and
side of the
another.
box. Short. I prefer a female.
There it is.
TLDR.
So
Hey,
as
hey,
the worlds
Gore
meet,
can be pretty feminine.
their fates entwined. The visiting
Okay,
soul
but
would
that still
become
doesn't
a
change.
guardian
That still
spirit.
doesn't change biology.
I know. Trying to hook-
Yeah, I'm just sitting over here, just like fuck women. I don't need them. Fuck them all. That's kind of the mentality I'm slipping into. It's like women are basically gonna write me off just based off my looks. Okay, fuck them.
Oh my god, yes.
They're gonna say, oh he's too short, or oh he's too stocky, because I'm built like a fucking tank, as you know this.
Yeah.
They're like, oh he's too stocky, oh he's too short. It's like, okay, fuck you. Well, don't need you.
Fuck him, right?
Don't need you.
Not my type anyways. That's how you really hurt a woman's ego.
Yet very few were able to hear his
No,
spirit's
if
voice.
someone just like, oh hey, I think he's checking you out, I just look at her and just like, I'd say about a 2, then walk away.
Ooh. No. You know what you really say? I'm not checking you out, but I do see that you have a basic standard of beauty.
And those bonded with a guardian spirit would receive
No, you know
great
what makes it
knowledge
even
and
worse?
power.
Thank you.
You know what makes it even worse?
That's
You know what would be
never
even
worse.
worse to say? Just look at a woman, just like look her up and down, like she's like, ew, why are you checking me out? And I'm just like, oh, I'm not checking you out. I'm just seeing how the hell it's possible that you didn't even meet average for beauty standards.
Good deal.
And then just walk off.
Jesus.
I thought that was just a legend.
Basically even saying like you're not even like you don't even fit the definition of pretty. You are substandard.
Ow. That hurt even me. Fuck you.
I wasn't even directed at you.
I know. But fuck you. That hurt. That hurt my pride as a woman. Damn.
You got some collateral damage, chat.
Right? I mean,
Unintentional splash damage.
I'm okay in beauty standards, but like.
I mean, just ask Shadow. I'm pretty sure he'll reaffirm that you're the most beautiful woman in the world. So.
Yeah, that's just God.
That man's got a bias, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's got a bias.
And I am not allowed to speak on this because as brother, I am biased.
Yeah, that is also true.
And because I'm an asshole, I'm gonna go the other direction.
Foxy, you set the standard. Aw, for you.
And as brother, I'm gonna go the opposite direction of your fiance.
What, you're ugly? No.
I'm just saying, put you against the wall of the Grand Canyon, and you can't tell the difference.
Fuck you! Oh my god! You're an asshole. Fuck
Was
you.
that voice your
Love me.
guardian?
I tolerate you.
Oh yeah, right.
I thought I heard a faint voice.
Like I don't know that
mind.
if I end up with a woman at some point and she cheats on me, you are gonna be the first person looking to put her in the grave.
Comment?
Like if I tell you, oh yeah, my wife cheated on me, you're gonna hang up the phone and I'm gonna be like, sis. And then I'm gonna see in the news the next morning that my ex-wife is dead.
I did.
And I'm just like, oh.
Barely, though.
Because if I ever discovered like my girlfriend or wife is cheating on me, like I am out the door that day. I am out the door that day.
Right.
And also, if I'm married and she comes to me and says I want a divorce, I'm literally just gonna look at her and just like, okay, that's what you want. It's like, because if it gets to the point that that they're saying that she's saying I want.
I walk on. It's nothing like
It's
that.
like, all I can say is that if a woman comes to you and just says I want a divorce,
So,
at that point the guy, as a guy, I'm just kind of like,
Shala.
if the woman's gonna come, she's not gonna come to you out of the blue and just say I want a divorce. There's a build up.
There's a reason. Yeah, there usually is a reason. But most guys don't take the time to sit down and talk with their wife and be like, okay, you want a divorce.
Because more
What's
often than
the
not,
reason that you want a divorce? They say
because
the
more
reason.
often than not, they don't talk to us because they expect us just to be able to read their minds.
That's not true.
It's the whole I'm angry. Why are you angry? You should know.
Because we expect you to know what you did, like, just literally a couple fucking seconds ago that pissed us off.
No, a girl can remember something that a guy said 6 months ago and get angry about it.
Yeah.
And the guy will have completely forgotten about it. He's like, "Well, why are you angry?" And she's like, "You know why?" And I'm like,
okay.
"Do I look like Professor X?"
Those women are the women that don't have great skills. A good relationship, or at least a standard good relationship, is where a relationship is where both the partners are able to communicate enough to where they understand each other.
Like, if I have a girlfriend or wife who's angry at me and says you should know why I'm angry, I'm gonna look at her. I'm literally just going to take a step aside, pull open a drawer, start rifling through papers, and if she asks me what I'm doing, I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm looking for my birth certificate. Last I checked, my last name isn't Xavier."
So if you say that,
Which, as you know, basically means I'm not a mind reader, woman. What the fuck?
Brother, if you say that, I expect you on my I swear to God.
I mean, that's just literally me saying to her, I'm not a mind reader. Tell me straight.
This will piss her off even more.
Because as you know, I am blunt and to the point. Like, I will, like, if she asks me, you know, like, if I'm angry and she goes, what, you know, babe, what's wrong? I'm literally just slapping it down on the table, and if she doesn't like it. Like, that's just the way I am. You know this.
Really?
I understand that.
Well,
like, I'm just gonna say it, and damn the consequences, because I'm just saying
I expect you to be sleeping on my couch.
But
until me and Shadow get tired of you and we call your friend and girlfriend slash maybe wife and tell her to come take you from our presence, or and work it the fuck out, or we're gonna put on a get along shirt with you and then we'll...
That might end in a fight, considering the kind of woman that would marry me. What do you mean?
let's talk about this.
Why do you think it'd be a Latino woman?
This doesn't look like a nice place to chat. I figure you'll remember soon.
Well, you think I'm gonna get the chocolate?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Hey.
It's gonna be visiting you with her, and I'll just say something, and it just comes flying out of the fucking bedroom and hits me in the head.
No.
And I'm like, ow, what the fuck? Aren't you like half Hispanic?
Yup.
And I say, so you're basically, you two are gonna team up on me. It's not gonna be fair.
Yeah. Only when
And then
it's
I'm gonna
necessary.
And then I'm gonna build Fort Kickass with Shadow and say no Latinas allowed.
Oh, wow. He's not gonna side with you on that. I know that for sure.
I mean, if you side with her and you're both threatening the Chonklers, I think you might.
No, he's gonna step aside and be like, I'm not gonna.
What if the Chonkler? What if your Chonkler is aimed at him?
And he does what he always does. He apologizes and bubbles.
I'm gonna drag him to Fort Kickass and I'll be like, nope, don't bend to her knees, don't bend to her whims.
Wow.
Stay strong, brother. Stay strong, brother.
Wow. Pains me to leave you here, Graham.
All you're gonna see is my eyes just poking out from the fort.
Hey.
That'd probably piss her off even more.
You cannot corrupt my golden retriever. I trained it properly. How dare you? How dare you instill rebellion in my golden retriever?
Demon creeping around in the shadows.
How fucking dare you? It is very, very well behaved.
Demon creeping around in the shadows, just whispering in his ear every so often, then disappearing before you show up to get me.
I can just hear it on his shoulder with doing.
What were you doing?
What am I, Emperor Palpatine?
Yes.
Like, I'm just imagining, like, like you and I are hanging out, I disappear into the shadows.
Oh.
Just reappear over my shadow, just whisper corruption in his ear, you notice, and then I disappear and reappear back next to you, just like, I didn't do anything.
Last time I met a golden retriever and it's quite funny. Do you mean the actual dog?
We should be going.
Or do you mean the personality type?
Oh, Shadow is absolutely a golden retriever.
Oh yeah, no, he is. He's a fucking golden retriever, green flag, brother. Excuse me. I am so sorry. That was gross as fuck. I apologize.
Watch out! Here I come!
Oh, by the way, sis, I know you're not. I know you don't want me. You don't want to talk politics on your stream. I almost got into a fight with liberals on campus.
Oh, fun. Oh, wait a minute. Let me guess.
Loser.
I'm right, you're wrong. Fuck you.
Oh no, they were having a protest about our state following along with Trump and removing DEI and inclusivity policies.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but that sounds kind of
DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusivity, which essentially is like imagine like you have a business and you have 50 employees in the business.
Okay.
And let's just say of that business, 43 employees are white.
Huh.
5 of them are black.
Uh-huh.
And the final 3 are Asian and Hispanic.
Okay.
DEI basically is the best way to put it. It's basically racism.
Okay.
Because what a DEI would do with this company, it would look at your company and say, wow, you have a vast majority of your employees are white.
Okay.
This does not follow along with DEI policy and would encourage you to fire a chunk of your white employees to hire more black, Hispanic, and Asian employees so that you have a greater diversity of ethnicities in your company.
Okay.
i.e., DEI policy is, in a lot of people's opinion, racism because it allows companies to hire employees or grant positions to people based on a person's race for the sake of diversity, rather than the skill set and their qualifications.
Okay, I can kind of see how that is. Yes, but it does also
Like if you
people
had,
who are struggling with color actually.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, it's racist against whites.
Yeah. Not to say that on my stream.
I just did. Because this has been proven that if a white man and a black man apply for the same job, and the company supports DEI policy,
huh.
Even if the white man is more qualified than the black man,
because of diversity, they have to hire the black guy. I get where you're
because of diversity, they're going to hire the black guy, even though the white guy is more qualified.
I get
and easily the better candidate.
I get where you're coming from, but instead of getting rid of it altogether, instead change the policy.
Well, I'm sorry that I believe in hire on merit.
That's what I'm saying. Change it to merit, not.
That's what they're doing. Kentucky is implementing policies of, hiring based on merit.
Supposedly. Sorry,
they're not trying. From what I have read, they are getting rid of policies saying that companies or schools or anything like that have to hire or accept a certain amount of of employees or students of specific races.
Okay.
Because what that does is that
I
if
will
you
believe
have,
it when I see it.
say, if you have, say, 200 open slots,
Yeah.
if you have a policy that says you have to hire, that you have to accept or hire a specific number of minorities of this 200,
Yeah.
and say it's 50 of those 200 have to be of a minority.
Yeah.
And granted, of that other 150, you could have minorities in there.
Right.
But the problem is that if you hit that point where it's now like, okay, we have these 50 slots, these 50 slots have to go to minority minority.
Yeah.
Now you are basically looking at a person who isn't of that minority, and they could be exactly like, they could be perfect. They could have every qualification. They could, they could have worked their ass off to get, say it's trying to get in that school. They could have worked their ass off to that school. They got a 4.0 GPA. They meet every single standard. They tick every single box you are looking for in a student to accept to your school.
Right.
But because they are not of a minority ethnicity, you have to deny them because you have those 50 slots that are reserved for people of minority.
Like I said, I get where you're coming from. I do. I'm not dismissing it or saying. I see both points of view. It is,
however,
considered racist, yes, because it doesn't go on the merit system.
The issue isn't for me with today. It wasn't an issue of policy.
Yeah.
I didn't almost get into a fight with liberals over policy.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, obviously, as you can tell, I'm against DEI. Because I think people should just be hired. People should be accepted or hired based on their work ethic and merits.
Well, yeah.
Hiring someone based purely on their race because you want to meet a quota is asinine.
It is. No, I've always been bothered by that. And what's really funny.
I mean, I understand the intent. Like you're saying, like, okay, black people aren't getting into colleges as much. So let's have it to where colleges have to accept a certain number of black students. I understand the intent, but at the same time, it becomes racist towards other races, especially towards white people.
I do have to say though, I do understand where like people of different color, skin, and
ethnicity
come from. Sorry, my brain just had a small stroke. Where you're going to apply for a job and it's really hard to get it because you may have the qualifications, but some employers look at your race and they're like, oh, we don't want you. Or some jobs will hire you because of that. It does personally feel like you're the token, you're token piece. It does feel like that. I've gotten hired for 3 jobs because I'm Native American and Hispanic. And it's quite frustrating. Even if I didn't have like 2 of the qualifications, they still hired
You still got
me.
hired because you're Native American and Hispanic.
But I learned how to do my job.
Yes, I understand that it's entirely possible a person could be hired based on their race, and then be perfectly capable of doing the job. I'm not trying to say that people, don't deserve to be hired based on because anyone is capable. I have a belief that if you work hard enough and you put in the effort, anyone is capable of anything.
Yeah, but working hard enough, putting in enough effort doesn't always translate very well for a company, let alone a job, because
No, of course
they honestly,
not. But
let's be honest, they really genuinely don't give a fuck about you. I mean, they care enough to hire
I've worked
you.
with some pretty good companies. I'm not gonna lie.
I've worked
But
for
regardless,
one good company.
Back to my point. the reason I almost got into a fight with liberals today on campus
Yeah.
wasn't because of an argument over policy.
Uh-huh.
You know, it wasn't like me disrupting them or anything like that, because they were protesting in the middle of campus.
Okay. Free open space. You're allowed to speak whatever you want to say.
I'm just not a huge fan of the fact that my department of one of my majors got behind it to promote it. And I'm just like, okay, you are the Department of Anthropology, Philosophy, and Sociology.
Yeah.
You are supposed to teach. You are not supposed to put out in a department-wide email to every student who is in your department as propaganda to support this. Literally, they put out a schedule for this protest over 2 days, and it was supported by the department. I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, again, nothing against protesting.
No, it's freedom of speech.
You're
allowed to say whatever you want in this country, to an extent.
But you are a department in a university institution. That is a public institution.
Yes.
You are supposed to teach. You are not supposed to promote propaganda or push an agenda.
But it is his right to do that if he so chooses. It's wrong, morally and ethically, yes, but he can still do it. And your personal opinion can get butthurt, but he's still gonna do it because he feels morally obligated. And he feels like it's okay for him to help support this, even if he is a professor.
But yeah, reason why I almost got into a fight is because they got in my way.
Fun. Were they?
They were protesting out front of the student union.
Okay.
I was trying to get into the student union so that I could go to the little convenience store in there so I could buy a drink.
Okay.
I don't know if it was a good idea or a bad idea because it kind of did what I wanted, but at the same time it was a pain in the ass. I was wearing a pro Second Amendment T-shirt, which had an image of a rifle of an M4, like an AR-15.
Yeah.
With 50 stars underneath it, and the words "I will not comply." One of the protesters saw the shirt, and they basically formed a wall in front of me.
Also illegal.
I'm just like, I literally stopped and stared at them. I'm just like, can I help you? And they basically started, harassing me, trying to goad me into doing something because of the shirt. They were trying to say that by wearing that shirt, I supported mass shootings and school shootings. Yeah, luckily I was going to push past them, which obviously could have gotten me in trouble.
Yes.
Luckily the one of the professors who was kind of organized it a little bit.
Yeah.
Made them get out of the way because, obviously, I just wanted to go about my business.
Right.
I could care less that you're protesting.
I mean, power
just
to
let me
you.
just
College experience.
Let me go about my business. Let me go where I need to go.
Right. There's no reason you need to stand in someone's way.
Don't get in my way purely just because you disagree with the shirt I'm wearing.
Right. It's in your right to wear whatever you feel comfortable with.
Also, I'm buying the new Magic skin right now.
Fucking. Oh yeah.
It's called Punk. It's called Punk Child.
I filed my taxes.
It's called Punk Child.
It is.
And the Dark Child skin, the Dark Child side of it actually kind of looks really cool.
I know it does.
And oh my god, they actually have her showing cleavage. That's a first. Magic is usually stomach.
I mean, did you see the outfit that she had for the Mutant Gala?
No, actually.
It's pretty fucking nuts. You might have to look it up. Hold on, let me see if I...
I say if you could just send it to me, that'd be great. You know, it was just a case of I'm just trying to go out of my go about my business, get out of my way. You know what I mean? Okay, yeah. Great skin. Alright, I'll be back. I need to use the restroom.
Hey, Aaron. Hello?
Well, hello there, Foxy. Hello. I'm doing great.
Let's go. Sorry, I'm eating caramel.
Caramel chocolate?
Yeah, it's chocolate. Caramel, but I haven't had it. I'm like craving that.
It's pretty bad for your health, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I've bought way too many games.
Oh, really?
And I have a new Xbox coming in about a month and a half. It's the Black Galaxy Xbox.
Oh, my
Yeah.
Xbox is currently dying. I haven't been.
I'm back.
Oh, brother, I sent you the gala on
Oh, Hellfire Gala with the spiky bodysuit.
Yeah, that's what she went in for the mutant ball gala.
Why am I not surprised?
They're thinking about doing a gala event for rivals. For like Jean Grey's outfit. Jean Grey, Storm, and Emma Frost, their outfits are. Would you like to see Scarlet? Brother?
Are you talking to me or? Oh, okay.
I know they like Scarlet.
I also pre-ordered 3 games.
Oh, what games?
The one that comes out today.
Monster Hunter?
Yep. Pre-ordered that one.
Lucky.
Under $10. The Assassin's Creed, the new one that's coming out.
Gross. It's gonna tank.
Oh, I know. I paid a lot of money for that one. $90. Doom, the New Age, the Dark Age. I mean,
Oh, that's gonna be.
I do not give a fuck because I don't own Game Pass.
Just saying.
I own all my games.
Just saying. I have zero interest in Doom: The Dark Ages
Why?
because they don't have my boy Mick Gordon making music.
Oh, really? That's
Yes,
the only
really.
reason.
That's actually kind of understandable.
If you've heard the quality of the quality of music, the downgrade that happened when they created the Ancient Gods, like the downgrade in musical quality between the main Doom Eternal and the ancient
2016.
and the Ancient Gods for Doom Eternal was drastic. Whoever they brought in to create and mix the music is nowhere near on the level of Mick Gordon.
Facts.
And Mick Gordon has basically sworn he is never going to work with them again after the fiasco that was Doom Eternal.
And Doom 2016.
Now, Doom 2016 worked out pretty well.
Yeah, but that's where all that shit started.
The problem was Doom Eternal. The company wanted one thing. Mick Gordon was promising them like, this is what I can do. This is what the contract says. But the big problem is that the company got full say on what was used and what didn't work, and every single time he sent something to them, they'd be like, no, we don't like this, we need to rewrite, and the deadline was getting closer and closer and closer. And what was even worse is that they promised an original soundtrack, like, to anyone who pre-ordered Doom Eternal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Without even giving Mick Gordon a contract to make it.
Wow, fucking serious?
Yeah, they promised an original soundtrack by Mick Gordon with pre-orders for Doom Eternal, and they hadn't even given him a contract to create the original soundtrack.
Wow. Fuck.
And the only way he finally got it was when he went over their company's heads and went to their publisher and said, "Hey,
What, to Todd Howard?
Soundtrack." He went to Todd Howard. Yeah, he said, "Hey, they promised the soundtrack by me. It has my name attached to it. It doesn't look good if this soundtrack doesn't get made because now my name is on the line here, because it's by me."
Right.
And he had to go to the publishers to even get a contract. And when it was all said and done, he created his 12 songs for the contract that were required for the OST.
Yeah.
And dipped after months and months of fighting to try to get this contract, to try to get this music the way he wanted it to within the time frame that they wanted.
Yeah.
The problem is that they wanted him to create all of the music for the game. For a game that the music is heavily based on what is going on in the level.
Yeah.
And at the time when they were asking him to make music, they didn't even have half the levels designed. So how is he supposed to create music based on what is going on in a mission? What's going on on the level when they don't even have the levels designed?
Hey,
Exactly. And Todd Howard was pissed about those guys, what they
I'd
did.
be fucking pissed too.
Fucking Mick Gordon.
And then on top of that, the executive who was basically screwing over Mick Gordon, behind Mick Gordon's back, told one of the sound editor guys, like, hey, we don't know if Mick Gordon is going to come through with this music. Start making your own stuff with what he sent us.
The fucking disrespect, excuse
And
me?
he started taking these different sound bites and these different examples that Mick Gordon sent to them for them to hear completely in good faith.
Yeah.
And started basically just splicing them together with no fade, with no master mixing. He was already taking pieces that were already master mixed,
Yeah.
and just slapping them together.
Fuck, dude.
And what resulted are songs that have random spikes in sound, little blips that you can literally hear from the shitty editing.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, with all the fiasco that happened with the original soundtrack,
Yeah.
Mick Gordon, got an email from that executive saying, "Hey, I want to talk this out. I want us to be, like professionals here. Release a joint statement, have a unified front, so we can get this figured out."
Yeah.
And part of the agreement about it is that Mick Gordon doesn't post anything on social media about this until they were ready for the joint statement.
Huh.
And what does the executive do?
Posted.
He goes behind Mick Gordon's back and posts on the official Reddit page for Doom Eternal this big long multi-paragraph thing that basically takes all of the blame that happened with the music and the failure of the original soundtrack and put it all on Mick Gordon, trying to make it seem like Mick Gordon was asking for extension after extension after extension, generally being unprofessional, not willing to work with them. So basically all of the issues and all the claims that he was making was putting all of the blame squarely on Mick Gordon.
That's fucked up.
And what's crazy is that he claimed that that Mick Gordon was given authorization to start working on the music at like some point in January.
Yeah.
And then kept asking for extension after extension after extension, and then the soundtrack was of poor quality.
Actually didn't happen at all.
When he didn't even get a contract to create the soundtrack until like April. Like 24 days before the soundtrack was supposed to drop.
Yeah.
And then he blamed the poor quality on Mick Gordon being unprofessional when it was really their sound editor guy, that the guy told him, Mick Gordon's not going to come through with this soundtrack. We need to make a soundtrack.
Right.
And what's insane is that there are 12 songs on that soundtrack that Mick Gordon created by himself. And they are credited as strictly Mick Gordon.
Yeah.
However, the songs that are on that soundtrack that aren't those 12, because he was only contracted to make 12 songs. The soundtrack ended up being like 54 songs or something like that.
Yeah.
And what's insane is that those 12 songs, Mick Gordon is credited. Only Mick Gordon. Every other song on the soundtrack is Mick Gordon and the sound editor guy that they had making a soundtrack. So in other words, they gave half the credit for this music, which all of it was made by Mick Gordon, to the sound editor guy who basically took master mixed music from examples and sound bites and just threw them together.
Damn, that's really
So the
fucked up.
so the soundtrack gives half the credit to a guy who didn't even have a hand in writing the music.
Right. I can understand why he doesn't want to go back. I wouldn't want to go back.
And then on top of
that was those people working.
Yeah, hell no.
And then
Fuck that
on
shit.
top of that, the contract that Mick Gordon had was that he was supposed to create they asked for a specific amount of minutes of music for the game. Because the way contracts work for a lot of these people who create music for video games is that they are paid by the minute.
Yeah.
And so if I remember correctly, he was paid for like 2.5 hours worth of music.
Okay.
The final game ends up having like 4 hours and 24 minutes worth of music.
Okay.
In other words, they took the sound bites and examples and spoofs that he made and shared to them in good faith so that they could hear what he was making, so they could weigh in on it.
Yeah.
And created entirely new songs. So in other words, they have almost 2 hours worth of music in the game that he still hasn't been paid for.
That's... Wow. What the fuck?
And he sued them. Yep. I'm pretty
What's
sure that
every
lawsuit
fucking right?
I'm pretty sure that lawsuit is still ongoing. And as they're basically trying to get Mick Gordon to basically shut up. Like the lawyers for the company are basically saying here's several $1 million if you agree to, if you agree to stop talking about this and take down everything you've written about this. And Mick Gordon basically said, well, no. So the original thing was like, we'll pay you for the work you did for the original soundtrack.
Yeah.
We'll also give you several $1 million to basically shut up.
Please don't get in our way.
But the problem is, and Mick Gordon was like, okay, I'll take it if the executive takes down that Reddit post.
Yep.
Because that Reddit post is, massively defaming to Mick Gordon.
Right.
Because it basically takes his name and drags him through the mud, blaming him for every single problem that happened with the Doom Eternal music.
Right, when it wasn't even his problem to begin with.
When a vast majority of it wasn't even his problem.
Right.
It wasn't even his fault. And so,
right.
and the lawyers have basically dragged their feet and said that they weren't gonna have the guy take down the post because it's for like posterity's sake or some shit.
Fucking posterity my ass.
I.e., basically the executive is trying to save face.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Trying to screw over Mick Gordon.
Yeah, that's all it was and is.
But with good reason, Mick Gordon isn't working with them for Doom: The Dark Ages.
Yeah, no, Okay, after hearing all that, I totally understand.
That was easy.
I wouldn't want someone, if I was writing a book and, like, they started writing in my book as well, to fucking have a footnote when they didn't contribute a good portion of the story. They just maybe added a small little detail.
Okay, so the TLDR of this. So after Mick Gordon became hyper famous for his Doom 2016 soundtrack and basically became the face of the franchise,
yeah,
Marty Stratton, executive producer of ID Software, got extremely offended that some outside contractor was being venerated over the development team itself, his team, so to speak.
Yeah.
So during the development of Doom Eternal, he went out of his way to intentionally sabotage Mick's work in an effort to essentially discredit his name and tarnish his reputation, thus disentangling him from the franchise. He was subjected to intentional miscommunication, fed false deadlines, and was only paid for a percentage of the work he actually did that actually got used in the game. They also deliberately ruined the quality of the OST release by not giving him sufficient time and then having their in-house audio guy essentially do it all himself with a fraction of the competency or understanding of how to do it, which is why most of the mixing is terrible. Then Marty lied brazenly and without a lick of remorse or conscience, and when Mick posted his rebuttal with all the receipts, Bethesda backed Stratton and doubled down on the lies, as well as refusing to pay him the rest of what he was owed. They pulled Hashalt and Levy in to do the DLC soundtracking for Ancient Gods, and then instead of keeping one or both on as composer for their next game, The Dark Ages, they used an in-house Microsoft Xbox studio that has no clear leading man to become iconic like Mick did. Basically, Marty is willing to weaken the franchise via its music just to make sure nobody ever gets more credit than the dev team.
Yep.
That's childish, that's really unprofessionally childishly bad. Wow.
Yeah, so
Todd Howard
do you want me to read?
is
Do you want me to read the whole thing that Mick Gordon wrote?
Yeah, please.
That was
Oh,
way
God.
Okay. So this is what he wrote. This was from 2022. So, this statement is issued in response to ID Software Studio Director Marty Stratton's Doom Eternal OST open letter published on Reddit on May 5th, 2020. Marty lied about the circumstances surrounding the Doom Eternal soundtrack and used disinformation and innuendo to blame me entirely for its failure. Afterwards, he offered me a 6-figure settlement to never speak about it. As far as I'm concerned, the truth is more important.
Right.
Marty's Reddit post severely impacted both my professional and personal reputation. In releasing this statement, I'm exercising my right to defend myself. It is a defense, not an unprovoked attack, issued with extreme reluctance only after all other attempts to resolve the matter have failed. This statement is not an excuse for a hate campaign. Acts of hate dished out online won't result in any positive change. In fact, it only makes things worse.
True.
So, points of note, my response is lengthy and detailed to prevent vague statements from turning into rumors and speculation. This statement is a direct response to Marty's false accusations, and I will not name anyone outside those mentioned in his open letter. To privacy, to maintain the anonymity of others, I have used collective nouns such as management, ID software, and Bethesda to distinguish conversations between teams. However, collective nouns should not be interpreted as a general attack on any group as a whole. This statement does not reflect the overwhelmingly positive, successful relationships I have had with many people in studios under the ZeniMax umbrella. The games I worked on and the people behind them remain dear to my heart. I work as a contractor. I am not a staff employee and don't work from any client's office. I am isolated from the development team, living and working in a country on the other side of the planet. I rarely visit studios in person, and communication is maintained through emails and calls. Contracts are integral. Nothing happens without a signed agreement.
Right.
In-game score. A game score is written specifically for an interactive music system and consists of hundreds, sometimes thousands, of short audio files. The game's audio system plays these files in a sequence determined by the player's actions. Video game music contracts. So in-game scores are budgeted in minutes. Lead developers calculate the expected length of a score at the beginning of the project and negotiate a per-minute rate with the composer, which is written into the game's music contract.
Right.
Doom Eternal's contracted budget was 142 minutes.
Okay.
So iteration. I rewrite the in-game score as much as necessary until the client is happy. Once they are, the client officially approves the final files, calculates the length, and deducts the minutes from the game's overall budget, then pays me accordingly.
Right.
I am not paid for any rejected music. It is discarded and not to be used. OST, an official soundtrack, the OST is a separate product. The in-game score is carefully arranged into a linear album to the most polished, best representation of the game's score. The work is highly involved and falls under a separate contract.
What is it?
Alright, so Doom Eternal was a difficult project. So when I signed on, ID Software handed me a music schedule that required 2 levels scored per month. Tight, although not impossible. But whoever dreamt up that plan did so in isolation, because it quickly became apparent how disconnected it was from the game's actual development. Release was still 2 years away. The schedule, however, demanded I deliver a steady stream of final music immediately. One of the game's key features was music that closely matched gameplay, so aiming to produce finished music for levels still months away didn't make sense. To have any hope of accomplishing that, I needed to rely on ID Software to provide me with materials illustrating the music's intended purpose. Difficulties emerged early on when they couldn't provide those materials in a timely manner. Most levels were still getting blocked out or didn't exist, and the fantasy combat puzzle design philosophy wasn't clear yet. People responsible for capturing gameplay footage were only sometimes available, and unstable builds often made recording video hopeless. Details on boss encounters, cutscenes, main menu design, game flow, story, lore, and character arcs were still a year away.
Yeah.
Sticking to the schedule meant producing finished music when nobody could give me any idea what to write. I tried, but Doom Eternal was already heading in a new direction, and my experience on Doom 2016 wasn't much help. Other factors also upset the pace early on. A contract delay on ID Software's side led to a late start, putting us behind schedule immediately. The surprise 2-week all-hands-on-deck marketing interruption took 6 weeks instead. Communication was slow, with ID Software often too busy to respond to basic questions faster than a week. On a 2 levels per month deadline, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Conversations were bogged down with unnecessary arguments arising from unrealistic expectations, such as why the complex metal choir recording, which later took months to execute, couldn't be done in the first 2 weeks. 2 months in, it was clear the schedule wasn't going to work. It was a masterpiece in Excel, but a disaster in reality. The requirement to write, perform, record, produce, mix, master, and implement 2 levels of music with feedback rounds every 30 days when the levels themselves were bare bone now looked ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was simply too early to attempt locking off music. So proposing a solution. So been here before. Coming off the back of 5 other Bethesda published titles, this felt like familiar territory. Most projects begin with an idealistic timetable conjured up with a crystal ball that fails to predict the unforeseeable difficulties associated with cutting-edge game development. Typically, it's not a problem. The team adapts to the changing circumstances by adjusting the schedule and getting on with the job. And so, as I had done in similar situations before, I proposed a schedule change to management, pointing out the issues, so I clearly explained why the current plan was impractical. Finalizing Doom Eternal's intricate music was practically impossible this early in development. Levels were unfinalized or non-existent, meaning the music's context wasn't clear. Guesswork was my only option, and I could see a future filled with rejections and demands for rewrites impossible to accommodate thanks to a schedule that was already packed tight. No time for iteration. Pace pressured the audio team to approve music, deduct minutes from the budget, and pay out milestones before having the ability to test it thoroughly. They had already showed hesitancy to sign off on my deliveries. Zero wiggle room. Any slip meant milestones would bleed into one another, requiring crunch to catch up. Problems had already arisen from the failure to consider how unstable builds, video capture delays, slow communication, marketing interruptions, and unclear direction would affect the schedule. And no allowance was made for other time-occupying factors, such as team leads taking leave, holiday periods, need for rest, or illness. Solution. I proposed an alternative plan that reflected the reality of development instead. My plan mirrored a typical approach. First, define the overall game's musical identity by writing strong, reusable themes before ramping up production of final music assets when the game's exact needs became apparent. Key dates stayed precisely the same, including the all-important finishing date, but the immediate pressure of locking off 2 levels of music per month was eliminated, which had caused headaches already. It was early in development, the perfect time to make the change. My proposal was easy to execute, fit the development schedule and budget, and would facilitate an overall better result. I was confident management would see the benefits and adopt the plan. I was wrong. Marty struck it down. He rejected my belief that the current schedule was flawed and suggested my act of trying to do something about it was a sign of incompetence. Refusing to accept the reality of the situation, he threw the proposal back in my face and proceeded to tear me down for having the audacity to raise the issue in the first place. I was taken aback by his reaction. In response, I said he seemed to misinterpret my proposal's intent, that the current schedule's rigidity would cause issues down the line, and that finding an execution framework for achieving our ambitious goals was my only agenda. He didn't reply, but the blow-up made it abundantly clear that the schedule would not change. I was stuck with it. I was already pulling all-nighters 2 months in, and I still had 18 months ago. So this is from the email between Mick Gordon and Marty Stratton. It says, "Hey Marty, thanks for your reply. I appreciate you're busy. So the email below is a follow-up to a call I had with so-and-so last week. Certain phrases and language I've used in that email reference various points in the call, and I feel they've been misinterpreted based on your response. At the bottom of this email, I've attempted to clarify these points, but I also want to take this opportunity to explain the situation more clearly. I was instructed I couldn't start work until the paperwork was signed and we had a kickoff call. That didn't happen until mid-March. That immediately put me at a 2-week disadvantage. As the schedule requires deliveries every 4 weeks, that's a big deal. Shortly after that, we had a call discussing the need for a chant. That chant was part of a delivery that was due on April 1st. Due to the delayed start and the difficulty in producing a large-scale chant in a very short period of time, it quickly became clear that it was impossible to pull off. Pushing forward. ID Software's management had convinced themselves that locking music early would be a time-saving strategy, but it was a nightmare in real life. The team struggled to clearly communicate the musical requirements within the time frame set by the schedule, which was understandable since some levels were still a year away. I tried my best, taking inspiration from blockout videos, concept art, and text, but ultimately I resorted to imagination to score levels from the future I couldn't yet see. Unsurprisingly, the game taking shape months later inevitably proved my guesswork compositions didn't fit. Weeks of work got thrown in the trash, and calls for urgent rewrites came amid milestones already packed tight. The project's demands began to pile up, throwing the schedule into disarray. What frustrated me beyond belief was that I had flagged these exact issues as potential problems earlier on in the project. The management seemed to forget that and instead blamed the causes on me. Immediate team members were sympathetic to the circumstances, but looking to them for support rarely got me anywhere. They were usually reticent, unsure of themselves, and hesitant to raise issues with upper management. Blowouts. As development progressed, it became obvious whoever thought up the music budget also had no idea about the game's true scope. Stages blew out in size far beyond what had been anticipated. Hour-long levels where players traverse fantastic worlds with epic vistas and trippy platform situations had just 30 seconds allocated to exploration music. Doom's mantra is wall-to-wall music, which made this oversight seem laughable. I was able to convince ID Software to dedicate more minutes to these areas, but only after wasting valuable time on unnecessary demonstrations to prove that 30 seconds wasn't nearly enough. To compensate for the shortfall, they didn't unlock any more budget. Instead, they reallocated minutes from the game's combat music pool, meaning other areas had less music as a result. Overwhelming. I worked straight for months, desperately trying to stay on top of things, and each week seemed to bring a new set of problems. I was cut out of music meetings, my emails went unanswered, and the mandated file transfer system auto-deleted all the music files every 2 weeks. ID Software withheld important information, and I was hardly ever able to check on my music in-game. Weekly calls from the audio team, which I relied on as a source for crucial creative information to do the job, were frequently hijacked by panic-stricken managers who seldom brought anything helpful to the table, and instead just hiked up stress levels. The heaping list of problems and their cumulative effect on the schedule didn't seem to matter to those people whose only method of response was messages laced with criticism. More crunch, less sleep. Pay issues. Arguments over pay began when ID Software threw out 2 entire suites written for Super Gore Nest and Mars Core shortly after the QuakeCon 2018 premiere. The rejection was bad enough. It meant scoring 4 levels simultaneously the following month, but ID Software also denied payment on the notion they changed their mind and no longer liked the music. I argue music appearing at a promotional event constituted usage. Therefore, they owed me compensation. In this case, they caved. Which is lucky. Sis, you still there?
Yep.
Yes, I'm still
Okay.
here.
Okay, but as development continued, they grew reluctant to approve anything I delivered. As predicted, the audio team wasn't willing to sign off on anything they couldn't thoroughly test. They withheld approvals and therefore payment for months. Beginning in January 2019, I went 11 months without pay. Uncertainty. Delaying approvals also kept the official measure of completion in a constant state of ambiguity. I kept writing and writing, delivering suite after suite, working as hard as possible. Yet management constantly painted my progress as a total failure and therefore an opportunity to chew me out with scorn and ridicule. Not wanting to discuss the circumstances like how lack of materials was still an issue, these individuals would seldom offer assistance or put forward any solutions. Instead, they just sullied the relationship with unnecessary layers of friction. Crunch. Blowouts, rejections, lack of approvals, endless demands, marketing disruptions, and ambiguity over the actual state of progress translated to one thing: severe crunch. For a year now, I had been sleeping in the studio away from home, surviving on microwaved food, and spending long periods away from family. But then things got worse. The Doom Eternal soundtrack announcement. During Bethesda's E3 showcase on June 6, 2019, Marty announced Doom Eternal will release on November 22nd. A special collector's edition was also announced, which included Mick Gordon's original Doom Eternal soundtrack, the OST. The problem? Pre-orders went on sale immediately, a severe issue because customers were putting money down for a collector's edition item that had no way of materializing. The standalone OST wasn't in production, and I haven't been offered a contract to produce it. In fact, we hadn't talked about the scope, the time frame, or whether it was even feasible. E3 events are planned out months in advance, well rehearsed and carefully managed, but no one thought to discuss the OST with me in any way. I learned about it in the media. So in other words, ID didn't tell him that he was going to make an OST. He found out through the announcement.
Damn. Also, Duck, I'm not stealing. Fuck you.
I sent an urgent message to ID Software saying they had put me in a difficult position and we needed an agreement immediately to ensure customers would get their product. But there was no OST strategy. Marty's response threw me. For reasons I still don't understand, he flatly denied me the contract and refused to do anything about the OST, saying he didn't want to cause a distraction. Didn't want to cause a distraction. Didn't they just announce it at E3, the largest gaming show of the year? Couldn't they see the issue of taking pre-orders on a product without any agreement or strategy to deliver it? I pushed the issue again, but Marty refused to be drawn into an argument and shut the conversation down. He also didn't leave me with any alternative plan. Clearly there wasn't one. Pre-orders sold out in days. The reality? Marty has since publicly repeated this didn't want a distraction notion, but the truth is it caused a great distraction. The collector's edition, a premium product sold for hundreds of dollars, was advertised with the expectation that buyers would receive a copy of Mick Gordon's original Doom Eternal soundtrack. But without a contract to actually produce the OST, there would be no OST to include. I was now under enormous pressure. Attaching my name to it meant I'd be held publicly accountable if it failed. Nobody involved in the announcement seemed to consider consumer protection laws. Promising a product that wasn't in production put ID Software Bethesda at risk of violating those laws, an oversight that would have severe consequences in the months ahead. Already reckons he didn't want a distraction? What exactly wasn't a distraction about the situation? Finishing the game. So in the following months, I continued to stress severe concerns regarding the apparent lack of any OST strategy. But time and time again, I was either dismissed or outright ignored. Marty's position made no sense to me, and I determined that ID Software was stretched thin by the overwhelming push to make the November 22nd release date and had no capacity to deal with other problems looming. Development wore on. Tensions between ID Software and me had been undeniably building from the beginning and only worsened as the cycle of demanding music, avoiding approvals, and withholding pay continued. Payment inquiries were routinely met with either empty promises, deflections, or long-winded excuses, while they prioritized requests for new music over signing off on previously completed suites. Whenever I put forward the belief that perhaps the game had enough coverage and the minute allocation had surely been exhausted, they rejected older music to make room for new demands. Occasionally I bore the brunt of some managers adopting Bethesda's legal history as clout to make lawsuit threats during arguments over demands. I contemplated quitting, except keeping up with the demands whilst not being paid meant I had financed the score expenses out of my own pocket. I found myself in a commitment bias, worried I'd lose more by walking away than I'd gain by staying, so I kept working. By the time we hit October, I still hadn't received all the materials needed to finish the score. They hadn't paid me since January and still refused to talk about the OST. Doom Eternal delay. Suddenly, just 6 weeks before the release date, Doom Eternal got delayed into the following year. The new release date, March 20th, 2020, was 5 months away. Delaying the game was the right call. At the time, it was not polished nor optimized, and Bethesda didn't want to repeat a Fallout 76. Shortly afterwards, ID Software rejected more of my previous work, arguing they needed to claw back minutes to cover new requests for late changes and additions to the game. The mood turned sour. The ever-increasing demands for work, coupled with ongoing crunch and lack of pay, had taken a significant toll on my family and me. I pushed back on the demand, telling them I couldn't continue to work without pay. I hadn't been paid anything in 10 months. No more rewrites, no more excuses, no more discussions. I needed to be paid now. But no. According to them, I was the one being difficult. The word they used was ball ache, and they urged in no uncertain terms to carefully consider the destination my protest would lead to.
Well now.
My financial situation was dire. This project was my only source of income, and I couldn't afford to enter a dispute against the ZeniMax legal machine over money. Facing the possibility of not being paid for the past 10 months at all, I relented and carried out their final demands. Done.
Okay, so to answer your question, Duck, Wolf and Aaron. Didn't hear.
The payment confirmed my role in the project had ended. I finished the project feeling unhappy, empty, and in a state of anxiety. I crunched for 2 years straight.
Go back to the village first.
Music schedule
And ask
and
around about the
finalize
battleship.
score before the game was ready for it. Forcibly writing music without clear purpose caused problems when ID Software inevitably rejected it months later, throwing it out with the unrealistic expectation and urgent demands for rewrites somehow wouldn't impact the already crunched schedule.
It was huge.
I understand this approach
Someone
is
must have seen it, or know
efficient
something.
but in reality it was spectacularly inefficient. By the end of the project, I delivered more than double the minutes stated in the contract.
More than welcome.
What is it, Mike?
Paid to speed this project
with me?
in an overly chaotic atmosphere compounded the stress. And the whole situation was made worse by disciplinarians who threatened unavoidable problems as incompetent failures worthy of reprimand. Still, I stuck with ID Software every step of the way, determined to get the job done. We ultimately achieved everything we set out to accomplish.
All right. You saved my life after all.
And commercial success. Still no OST deal. With the in-game score out of the way, Marty had no excuse for holding me back from the OST, and I raised the issue again. I tried to appeal a reason, concluding that if I began work immediately,
I would have equal time to produce the Doom Eternal OST as I did with Doom 2016's OST.
Here,
I
jump in
didn't
my cape.
receive a reply. ID Software went on to use nearly all of the music, over double what they paid for. So contracted minutes, 124 minutes, 2 hours and 22 minutes. Total minutes released, 286 in 1 second, 4 hours, 46 minutes and 1 second of music. Unpaid minutes, 2 hours, 24 minutes and 1 second. So over 2 hours of music they didn't pay him for. It wasn't until Doom Eternal release that I became aware ID Software had used nearly all of the music I produced throughout development. Almost 5 hours worth while only paying
I'm
for
glad
half
you're
of it.
safe. It sounded like trouble was brewing over by the forest.
Isolated from the team, working on the other side of the planet, I had no control over how they used the music. Music placement was the lead audio designer's responsibility, and after I handed the files over, they decided how to use them. Using double what they paid for wasn't an accident, it was a conscious decision.
Come
Rejected
talk with the
tracks,
village headman.
mock-ups, demos,
Everyone's
ideas,
gathered
and
at his
sketches,
place.
and a massive amount of additional music, well beyond the budget allocated in the contract, reduced at their request and shared in good faith. But ID Software included it all directly in-game marketing and updates without paying for it. Even worse, ID Software still refuses to pay
I'm
for
not
it,
sure
despite
what
the
it
fact
was.
their contract guarantees payment for any additional minute requested beyond the original budget.
A strange
Clearly,
monster
the
came
cycle
up from the
demanding and
spring in the
rejecting
forest.
music, avoiding approvals and withholding pay was a strategy to elicit enormous amounts of unpaid work to compensate for their budgeting shortfalls.
It was saying
But I
something
wouldn't find
about
that out until much later.
Mount Perseal.
The Doom Eternal OST. Desperation. At the beginning of 2020 marks 6 months of pre-order sales without an OST deal. My sustained demands for a contract had become an arduous exercise in expressing myself to deaf ears. ID Software had gone silent, and I hadn't heard from them since November. The release date was fast approaching, alarmingly so, and I was infuriated by the fact that I had been made publicly accountable for this item while being blocked from actually doing the work. Fan expectations for a worthy follow-up to the Doom 2016 OST were resting heavily on my shoulders, and I did not want the OST to be a catalyst for another botched pre-order story. Something needed to be done. All previous attempts to engage ID Software regarding the OST were either shut down or outright ignored. Reaching out to them would be a total waste of time. I decided to circumvent the stone wall by going above outside of ID Software and directly to Bethesda to report my concerns and request an OST contract. I was worried that approaching Bethesda directly might ruffle some feathers at ID Software, but I hoped they would see the seriousness of the issue and that it needed to be acted upon immediately. On the morning of January 8th, I emailed Bethesda. So, hello, Happy New Year, I hope you guys enjoyed the holiday season. I was hoping we could chat about a soundtrack for Doom Eternal. I've tried raising the topic of a soundtrack, discussion with the ID Software team numerous times ever since it was announced at E3 2019, but my attempts haven't been met with much enthusiasm. As release is only a few short months away, I wanted to reach out to you directly to see if I could get this thing off the ground. I really love to pour some time and energy into a soundtrack release that is worthy of the Doom name, and we still have time to make it an awesome release. I'd love to hear your thoughts, and I'm more than happy to
I
jump on
believe
a
the
call
other
to
travelers,
that's easier,
a young
but I
girl
hope
among
you
them,
can agree with
also
this one.
entered the
Thanks.
forest.
P.S. My apologies if I
Any
haven't
news of
succeeded
them?
correctly. I'm not 100% sure who's handling this one. Bethesda quickly responded. They were grateful to make contact and told me they would love to talk about the OST. I was excited to finally see the wheels start to turn. I also noticed that neither Marty Stratton nor anyone from ID Software had been included on the email thread. That continued to be the case over the following weeks. I discussed the specifics of the OST project and negotiated the deal directly with Bethesda
that girl.
without any involvement from Marty
Sheila.
Stratton or ID Software.
She was with me.
But we had an unresolved problem with another soundtrack. Back in 2015, I scored another Bethesda-published game from a different studio. Shortly before release, the team asked me to produce a standalone soundtrack and wanted it ready for day one. The whole thing felt very last
We were
minute, but I
attacked by soldiers from a giant battleship.
started working immediately,
She
but they
was
held up the
captured.
contract, saying their sluggish legal department was so behind schedule the agreement wouldn't be ready until after I delivered. That was far from ideal, but their assurances led me to trust the contract would come through after delivery. That was my mistake. I crunched to finish it on time, but when handing over the finished album, the team abruptly told me they no longer planned to release it. There was no use for it, and as such, they refused to pay for it. The contract never showed up. It was hard not to get mad, but upon reflection, I had to accept it was my fault for working without a signed deal in the first place. I learned a valuable lesson. Don't ever work without a contract.
Yeah.
4 years later, in October 2019, Bethesda suddenly began selling that very same album, without telling me beforehand. I learned about it through social media. Worse yet, they hadn't paid for it.
Damn.
I sent a demand and Bethesda agreed to pay for the album, but insisted the payment be consolidated into the Doom Eternal OST contract. Doom Eternal OST contract negotiations with Bethesda. Deciding on the content of Doom Eternal's OST was a critical detail that needed to be written into the contract. I initially wanted the album to be similar in scope to my Doom 2016 OST. I proposed a comprehensive album of 30 tracks and a runtime of over 20 hours. Marty would later claim this was the agreed deal, but that is entirely false.
I'm afraid not.
In fact, the suggestion was shot down within a matter of hours because it was evident to me and everyone actually involved in the discussions that there simply wasn't enough time or budget to make it work. 12 songs. Instead, with the imminent release date rapidly approaching, the reality of the situation dictated the scope. Bethesda asked me to produce 12 songs, and I felt that was doable in the short time frame we had. On March 7th, 2 weeks before the game's release, Bethesda sent me draft terms for my review. The terms stated, I would produce 12 songs for inclusion in the OST. All songs would be selected by ID Software. ID Software had final approval. I was required to hand over all my source files such as stems, raw assets, mix sessions, etc. The deadline was April 16th. Bethesda told me that the April 16th deadline was ideal, but if I needed more time, they would be happy to amend the contract later. The deadline was therefore considered flexible, but as an incentive, they offered a bonus if I finished by April 16th.
Careful, Callus.
They also assured me the contract would include payment for the other OST I produced in 2015. So the OST was delayed before I had a contract. So on March 11th, Bethesda publicly announced that the album wouldn't be out on March 20th as promised. No new release date was given because there wasn't one. I still hadn't received the contract. ZeniMax sent me the agreement on March 18th, just 48 hours before the game's release. Marty would later claim the agreement was finalized in January, implying that I was under contract for a much longer period. That is a lie. As proof, this is a screenshot of the actual contract email showing the exact date. And it was March 18th, 2020. 29 days. Despite the stress arising from the last-minute OST deal, I felt the contract terms were doable. 12 songs by April 16th, 29 days away. Although I was disappointed by the overall situation and limited scope, I couldn't see any obvious warning signs that things would derail so terribly. I agreed to the terms and all parties signed the contract within hours. I readied myself for 4 solid weeks of work. 2 days later, Doom Eternal was released. Making the OST. So even though the contract was now underway, I hadn't actually received any direction from ID Software regarding the OST, and they continued to make no effort to talk to me about their expectations. Rather than waste time waiting, I took the initiative to begin work on what I thought would make the best album. Initially, production went smoothly, and I finished half the album after 2 weeks. But then on April 3rd, 13 days before the OST was due, I received an email from Marty Stratton.
All right.
Marty gets involved, bringing threats, contradiction, and panic. Marty's email stated, contrary to what Bethesda told me, that the April 16th date was now an absolute necessity. He said consumer protection laws in some territories meant anyone who purchased the collector's edition was entitled to a full refund if they didn't receive the OST by April 20th. It dawned on me that I was being threatened. Refunds meant financial losses. Marty was saying, in his view, I was legally liable for any loss ID Software suffered due to customers claiming refunds over a late OST. If it wasn't ready in 13 days, they would come after me.
Wow.
I did the numbers in my head, and the thought was terrifying. I couldn't understand why Marty hadn't told me sooner. If I had been made aware of the consumer protection issue before signing the contract, I would have refused to do the OST. The fact that this critical piece of information had been withheld from me until after I signed the contract made the whole thing feel like a setup to shift liability caused by selling the OST without a contract in the first place. And worse off, ID Software had been working on an alternative OST without me for at least 6 months. Marty then revealed that he had previously instructed lead audio designer Chad Mossholder to make an alternative OST by cutting together songs using edited chunks from my in-game score. I responded to Marty expressing my regret at the situation and my belief that working against each other didn't make any sense, especially under the circumstances.
Sure.
I said we should pool our resources and work together toward a better outcome. He didn't respond. Instead, Chad contacted me 4 days later and said his album of edits was almost complete. I asked to hear it. To my surprise, Chad sent me 70 plus tracks, and it was clear he had been working on it for some time. In his open letter posted on Reddit, Marty Collator claimed that his decision to enlist Chad happened at the last minute and was due to fears I wouldn't make the April 16th deadline. But the files Chad sent me tell a different story. Perhaps unknown to Marty, BWF metadata details the exact creation date, time, and software used by whoever made the edits. Metadata in Chad's files show he began working on their alternative OST as far back as August 2019, 6 months before I received the OST contract. Doom Eternal was originally planned to release on November 22nd, 2019. Chad must have begun work on the OST in August to avoid the same consumer protection issues. At that time, I didn't even have a whiff of an OST contract. And even worse, ID Software's alternative OST wasn't up to standard. I hoped to use Chad's edits to expand the album beyond the limited 12-song contract, but unfortunately, the content fell far short of expectations. It was a mess. The edits had been eyeballed in a slapdash way by copying audio files directly on top of each other without even a crossfade to cover the transition, resulting in clicks, pops, clipping, abrupt tempo changes, awkward gaps, and jarring transitions. Some songs were just seamless loop files ripped directly from the game's WWise package. Not good enough. Chad said it's largely disregarded basic music fundamentals, and there was no way it would live up to consumer expectations. Marty would later dismiss these legitimate issues and palm me off for drawing attention to them by minimizing my position to an artist's perspective. But he hired me to ensure Doom Eternal had the best music possible, and Chad's edited versions simply weren't up to the franchise's standards. The final days. The deadline was imminent. 8 days away. I did not have the time or budget to address the many problems in Chad's edits. I had to face the reality of the situation, pivoted away from creating the best possible album, and do everything I could to avoid the repercussions Marty had threatened earlier. The only way to achieve this with certainty was to stick precisely to my contractual obligations. I reminded Marty my responsibility only extended as far as 12 songs, and that finishing them would be my focus for the remaining 8 days. It was Easter weekend, but instead of family time, I crunched 18 to 20-hour days and slept under my desk.
Oh.
Late Tuesday night, I sent the following email to Bethesda asking to confirm the deadline. He said, hello everyone, working very hard over here to get this done. Worked through Easter instead of family time, and I've been sleeping under my desk for the past few days and will continue to do so to make it the best it can be. I'd like to ask you what the absolute latest I could get delivered to you that still allows you enough time to do what you need to do on your end. If there's a chance for an extra day or two, I could really use it to make it better. What's possible? Thanks. They emphasized April 16th as an absolute necessity. I barely slept for the next 2 days, focusing intensely on that date. The final hours. The deadline arrived, and despite being worn down from the combined effects of overwork and lack of sleep, production had gone well. But on the final day, I encountered a system-related technical problem and contacted Bethesda to explain the situation. I had 10 songs ready for handover, but a computer issue had halted progress. I needed 4 to 5 hours to fix it and bounce the final tracks. Bethesda was understanding and granted the minor extension. However, Marty wasn't happy. He demanded an urgent group call across 3 different time zones to tell everyone he didn't want those 10 songs. He actually wanted other songs. I couldn't believe it. The deadline was 5 hours away. I'd been awake for days after working 4 solid weeks. 10 months had passed since the OST first went up for pre-order. However, despite ample time, Marty hadn't given me any direction on the OST whatsoever. But now at the absolute last possible minute, he actually wanted to do something about it. I shot back to their rapidly crunching schedule. An imminent deadline meant it was too late for a change in direction, and that I prefer to use the little time remaining to work on the music rather than entertain his sudden last-minute interest in the OST. He responded by taking over. He said they would release Chad's version instead. He told me to hand over my tracks, and Chad would assemble the final OST. I could have protested, but it wouldn't have done any good. Under the contract, Marty was guaranteed veto power and complete creative control. Ultimately, I'm just a contractor. It's their product and they govern every aspect. I have voiced my anxieties over Chad's edits and hope they had improved since the week before. I said they should ensure the album adheres to mastering standards and provided specific details in that regard. I handed over my tracks and wished them as well as I politely could. They approved my tracks and confirmed I met my contractual obligations. The total contract amount, including the on-time bonus payment, was later paid out in full without dispute. So he got paid for the contract for the album he made in 2015.
Yeah.
He got paid for this OST and got the bonus for the on-time payment for being on time with it.
Yeah.
I never heard the final version. The final album and its details were withheld from me, and I wasn't allowed to hear it before release. All I had to go on was an email from Marty saying he thought their version had turned out well and fans would be pleased. I was done. Not just with the OST, but with ID Software too. I struggled to understand why a challenging 2-year development had ended with an unnecessarily difficult fortnight. I was extremely nervous about the release and felt that fans, ignorant of the situation behind the scenes, would likely criticize the outcome. Deterioration. Depressed and totally exhausted, I felt dragged down into futility after not having slept much in weeks. But even more seriously, I was just now becoming aware, through game rips popping up online, of the sheer amount of unpaid music used in Doom Eternal. I just wanted to crash, but the situation was about to get worse. The OST's release. ID Software announced the release of the OST with a tweet. It said Collector's Edition owners could download it immediately and it would be available on streaming services in the coming weeks. Over 2 years later, that still hasn't happened. It's been now, what, 5 years?
Yeah.
And it's still not available on the streaming services? The utter shock. Hearing the album for the first time, my heart sank. Alongside my direct contributions were an additional 47 tracks made by poorly editing together bits and pieces taken from my in-game score. They exhibited the same thoughtless disregard for basic music fundamentals that plagued the preliminary edits ID Software showed me a week earlier. But in some cases, they'd actually been made worse. The majority had been made by stitching together multiple audio files without even a crossfade to cover the edit point, resulting in hard cuts, volume spikes, and digital clipping. Many of these splice points were made freehand, off-grid, leading to awkward transitions and abrupt tempo changes. I was stunned at the ineptitude and couldn't believe what I was hearing. Track after track was full of real, obvious technical faults, mistakes, and errors resulting from careless editing. Example: one of my most successful songs from my Doom 2016 score, BFG Division, barely makes an appearance in Doom Eternal. For some reason, the song was butchered to make 3 tracks for the Doom Eternal OST. Track 24, You Can't Just Shoot a Hole into the Surface of Mars, starts with 2 separate sections playing directly on top of each other, but they're out of sync. The track soon falls apart with a series of stunningly shoddy edits completely out of time until the main BFG Division rip makes a sudden 8-bar appearance before the track ends abruptly. Why this was included is beyond me. There's no excuse for these crappy edits. I deliver my music in a neatly packaged WUIs file, complete with tempo information and carefully crafted transitions designed to seamlessly react to the player's actions, something many reviewers mentioned. ID Software would have had more success if they simply recorded the WUI's output. The fact that so many YouTubers have been able to construct far better representations of the Doom Eternal score using this exact method proves the point.
Damn.
Credits. Seeing Chad credited as co-artist on these tracks pissed me off.
Well, yeah.
Credit theft, the act of taking credit for someone else's work, is rampant in video game music. Chad didn't write, arrange, perform, record, or produce any of his music. He carried out a copy-paste job, cutting apart finished music and resaving it. For this, the proper credit would be considered music editor. Yet in some cases, such as Urdak, track 8, and Diag Ranak, track 15, he did nothing but change the file name. That frustrated me immensely. I crunched for 2 years straight on my Doom Eternal score, and the fact that someone else thought it proper to take the credit for my work felt like a cruel insult. So like you look Gladiator Boss, Beast of the Arena, Revenant Procession, Usurper Gore, Super Shotgun Reunion, The Barrel of Hell, Doomed Hunter, BFG 10,000, Sam's Base, Phobos Space, Acquiring the BFG, all of them, Mick Gordon and Chad Mossholder. Chad didn't write, arrange, perform, record, or produce any of this music. Worst of all is the inclusion of hours of music and rejected demos I was not and still have not been paid to produce. Example, Final Sin Sandy City, track 59, was a rough idea mocked up in haste for the ending cutscene. This exact demo file was immediately rejected. In fact, Chad was part of the panel that rejected it, but he included the file on the album and listed himself as a co-artist despite having nothing to do with it. More importantly, the song is based on a melody written by Bobby Prince, the composer of Doom 2, who hasn't been credited anywhere on the album.
Yeah.
ID Software never paid me for this demo, which was produced in good faith and not meant for public release. I was dismayed. Instead of a worthy follow-up for the Doom 2016 OST, the Doom Eternal OST had been reduced to a cheaply thrown together cash grab. The album was a disgrace. I worked extremely hard on the music of Doom Eternal and crunched for years to make it happen. To have it presented in such a loose way was heartbreaking. And ultimately, it's fans who spent hundreds of dollars on the collector's edition who should be the most disappointed. Marketing lured them under the false pretense that they were getting an OST from me, but instead they got served a haphazard mess cobbled together by someone else. The OST itself, the factors that led to it, and the extensive use of unpaid music both on the album and in the game meant I could not publicly support ID Software with any shred of honesty. Then there was a Skype call with Marty after the poor release, because obviously the soundtrack was, criticized to hell and back.
Time to collect the loot.
Marty demanded a call. The OST's problems were glaringly obvious and immediately drew negative criticism. Within hours of the release, Marty emailed me. He was frustrated at my lack of public support and deeply concerned the OST was attracting bad press. He insisted we urgently address the OST situation publicly through a joint statement that affirmed our commitment to doing something about it. He asked for a call to discuss the matter. I was skeptical of his intentions. Marty can overwhelm you with the power of his disappointment. I was worried he was setting up the call for confrontation, not resolution. My responsibility to him ended when the contract finished, and I didn't feel like committing myself to a barrage of threats and abuse. In my view, the poor reception was the real-world consequence of a mismanaged project. Marty reassured me a positive outcome was his only focus. He insisted he had no intention of doing anything to disparage me or my work and only wanted to overcome the situation with a professional and collaborative approach. After considering his demeanor, I felt I should embrace the opportunity to engage Marty directly on the OST and unpaid minutes because I also wanted a positive outcome of the situation. Marty reassured me and said that he genuinely wanted to work together. That's what's best for all, he said. I had no reason to suspect he had anything but positive intentions, so I took him at his word and agreed to take the call. Straight away, it was clear Marty was angry with me. Frankly, we're too fucking nice, he snapped.
Wow.
I approached the call like one should when dealing with the manager on the warpath. Keep calm, listen intently, and express understanding, but remain firm. I was upset my music had been butchered, baffled at Chad being named as co-artist, and shocked at the extensive use of unpaid music. I could hear Marty making notes of my comments, but rather than acknowledge my concerns, he jumped to the conclusion that I was initiating an attack. He grew suspicious and convinced himself the act of me explaining the problems was some sort of diabolical scheme to sow disunity and division.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, keep going.
He tried to bring Chad into the call for support, but he couldn't be reached, and it occurred to me that Marty didn't really understand the issues and was trying to argue based on misperception. Consumer protection laws. Marty said the consumer protection issue caused by taking pre-orders for the OST was under contract was no joke. I reminded him the OST had been announced without consulting me in the first place, and he blocked every attempt I made to get it started. It was only when I went to Bethesda directly that things finally got underway. And quite frankly, he hadn't even bothered to tell me about the consumer protection issue until 13 days before the final deadline. In response, Marty explained he was trying to protect all of us, but now, because I had not fallen in line, I was on my own. As soon as people come after us, we come after you, he said. Laying blame. He put across the view that the act of me signing the contract had absolved him of any prior mismanagement that led to the situation in the first place. He accused me of lying when I told him about the email I received from Bethesda that contradicted him on the importance of the deadline. I forwarded him the email, but he ignored it. Seeming to forget I only received the contract 2 days before the game released, Marty rejected my assertion that ID Software is always rushing things, but expressed frustration at the notion that out in the public, that they didn't afford me enough time to produce a better album. I said that if I had been allowed to start the work on the OST immediately following the announcement, we would have avoided the consequences that are now playing out. But he just continued to put me down, saying I would have messed it up some other way. After he spent some time chastising me for my lack of public support, he charged that the failure of the OST was entirely my fault. I shot back that it wasn't my decision to include 47 poorly edited tracks. I hadn't even heard their final album before release. He directly accused me of failing to take ownership and insisted I take full public responsibility. I countered there was absolutely no way I would take the fall for something I didn't do. Finding a way forward. After the call raged on for more than an hour, we ultimately agreed on the necessity to dispel rumors, calm fans, and demonstrate unity. I told him the situation felt like an excellent opportunity to show how disputes should be resolved. Joint statement. We cleared the air and bashed out a plan to work together. Marty suggested we publish a joint statement that addressed the OST situation and detailed our plans to fix the album, and I felt this was an excellent first step. He requested I hold off on all further public comments until we address the public together. I agreed to his request and said I was at his discretion. The call ended with Marty telling me to expect a draft the following morning. After the call, I replayed the meeting in my mind. I determined that Marty honestly wanted to resolve the issue in the most amicable way possible, and I had no reason to think otherwise. I awaited the draft statement. It never arrived. Marty's open letter posted on Reddit. Instead, in an ugly move, days later, Marty took to Reddit and used a company social media account to post an extensive series of lies that blamed me entirely for the failure of the Doom Eternal OST. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Hadn't we just agreed not to do this? Hadn't we just agreed to a joint statement? Hadn't Marty just told me he wanted to resolve this issue professionally? I was horrified. Not just of Marty turning his back on what was our agreed path forward, but also at his shameless disregard for the truth in his attack. The Reddit post was littered with lies and disinformation which directly contradicted the actual events and contractual clauses. Within hours, the post was at the top of Reddit's front page. It attracted thousands of comments, generated countless news articles, and prompted many commentators to make YouTube videos. All were repeating Marty's lies as truth because nobody thought the executive producer, now studio director, of a major AAA game development studio would go out on a limb and post a series of false accusations on Reddit. The Doom subreddit, r/Doom, isn't an official page. It is run by fans and moderated by volunteers. Marty's company Reddit account, Marty at ID, had been dormant for 3 years. He resurrected the account for this post, choosing the site to amplify his intent. He knew Reddit's karma point system, ease of anonymous user account creation, swift aggregation of controversial material across subreddits, governance structure, and lack of policies around misinformation would result in damaging consequences for both my professional and personal reputation. Reddit's ongoing issues of toxic fandom and abuse are obvious, and the site's history of notorious hate campaigns targeting individuals in the game industry could not have been far from Marty's mind. In taking to Reddit with a need to lay blame, he endorsed the platform and appealed directly to the worst aspects of it. Breach trust. Reading the Reddit post made me sick to my stomach. Lie after lie after lie, all pointing to me as the fault, while posturing himself as the one who did nothing wrong. What hurt me the most was the feeling I'd been duped. I openly trusted Marty. Just days earlier, he told me he wanted to approach the situation professionally, collaborate, that he had no intention of disparaging me. During our call, Marty told me he avoids social media and never posts online because he knows anything he says becomes the next day's news. Here he was using his platform to launch direct personal attack, a public shaming event, a big put down in front of the entire industry. Wow. I felt humiliated. It was immediately clear to me that Marty had hostile intentions all along. He never wanted to work together. He wanted me on the call solely to gather information to create a scapegoat he could blame for the failure of the OST. I had been manipulated. The Reddit post was a significant step in the wrong direction and was not the way to solve the problem. Instead of working with me on a professional outcome, Marty switched to stoking controversy by treating the issue as a scandal. Why he turned his back on me while misleading me to the contrary, when there was an opportunity to come together and work through the issue without even seeking an alternative, is something I still don't understand. Lawyers became involved. There wasn't just one serious issue, but two. Marty published a series of false accusations against me, and ID Software shipped Doom Eternal with double the amount of music than what they paid for. I immediately had my legal representative contact ID Software with complaints about both matters. Marty forwarded my complaints to ZeniMax, and within days, I got a response from the executive legal authority from the upper echelons of the company. ZeniMax assumed that Marty had acted appropriately and denied needing to pay me for the additional music. To combat their stance, I demonstrated Marty's allegations directly contradicted contractual terms, public announcements, and contents of emails and phone calls. Included, he exploited his position of authority to deliberately spread misinformation, used Reddit as a vehicle, and substantially damaged my reputation. Showed that Doom Eternal included almost 5 hours of music, over double what they agreed to pay me per the contract. Once I presented those details, they quickly offered to settle. Settlement offer negotiations. ID Software and ZeniMax engaged a large multinational firm as representation, and we began settlement negotiations. I demanded Marty withdraw his false accusations and issue an apology. But they rejected this on Marty's concern that if he admitted fault publicly, that would negatively affect his reputation. Instead, they proposed a deal. They would pay me the money I owed, but on the condition I produce a new, polished version of the Doom Eternal OST, appearing to suggest that if I gave them something to sell, that would somehow make up for the damage Marty had caused in reputation. Back and forth. I struggled with Marty's insistence on avoiding accountability, but realized his company was unlikely to agree anything unless it was mutually beneficial. With that in mind, I agreed to produce a new proper Doom Eternal OST. However, I was unwilling to do the work while living under the shadow of ridicule and abuse stemming from Marty's Reddit post. His actions severely eroded my trust in him, and I requested Marty take down the post as a sign of good faith. But the lawyers acting on Marty's behalf expressed worry that even removing the post would reflect poorly on his reputation, which struck me as profoundly hypocritical. He should have thought about that before posting it in the first place. In response, I told them my acceptance of their settlement offer was tied to the condition that Marty would remove the post immediately. That prompted a spectacular meltdown. Their mood suddenly changed, and a threatening tone edged their letter of response. They withdrew the settlement offer and vowed the Reddit post was just the beginning. Marty was willing to issue legal proceedings to use the court process to damage my reputation further. They threatened legal action. Over time, I discussed Doom Eternal publicly, forcing me to remove my YouTube streams, and for using Doom Eternal on my portfolio, meaning I cannot share any of the music I produce for the game, and I had to remove any mention of Doom Eternal from my website. The letter then devolved into a bizarre rant that attempted to frame Marty's behavior not as wrongdoing, but instead as something I deserved. But contrarily, that same letter presented me with a new settlement for damages caused anyway. Hush money to bury the issue. The new settlement offer was a 6-figure sum in return for taking full public responsibility for the failure of the OST. The details were absurd. Marty would keep the Reddit post up indefinitely. He'd never retract his false accusations nor clarify his statement, and his story would be forever considered the truth. I would never discuss Doom Eternal, the OST, or the Reddit post. If ever asked, I had to say no comment. I had to pledge I would never badmouth Marty or anyone working under the ZeniMax umbrella, and I would never criticize any product developed by a ZeniMax studio. I had to accept blame for the situation under contract for life. In return, I'd be paid a 6-figure sum, and Marty would save face and be free to continue on his way without any fear of interference of any kind from me. Go to hell. As far as I was concerned, signing the gag order was out of the question. Giving up my right to tell the truth just to get some money was totally unacceptable. It meant having Marty walk all over me wasn't so bad as to be beyond being paid off. The truth is more important. I worked incredibly hard on the franchise, crunching for years to make it happen. My scores for both games were very successful. The companies who released them enjoyed the benefits. To have all that thrown away by someone who blatantly lied to portray me as a person who brings uncertainty and risk to any project, who now wanted to pay me off to preserve his reputation, was both troubling and hurtful. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, incidences of online abuse escalated at an alarming rate as Marty's Reddit post led to frustration over my alleged professional failure, and toxic gamers grew openly aggressive. They shared my personal details via message boards, including Reddit, which meant that abusers could now reach me in more ways than ever. They email bombed my inboxes, crashing the server and clogging my message services, clipping my ability to communicate. They harassed my other clients with attempts to get me fired from their projects. They called my phone numbers around the clock, screaming messages full of abuse. I began receiving specific expressions of violence, the content so vivid it made me sick. The torrent of abuse telling me how to kill myself, how I'd be mutilated, how they would circulate photos of my body to traumatize my family, how my family would be murdered, how they'd hurt my animals, how they'd shoot up any event I'd attend. I'm not saying this next one, because it's so bad that it would get you banned.
Mm-hmm.
It really started to wear me down in ways I couldn't previously imagine. Yeah, just to TLDR, hard to death. Yeah. The spew of harassment coupled with legal threats from Marty put me under enormous strain. I began to feel isolated. The demands of the situation took their toll, and I desperately sought a way to resolve the matter. Counter. I rejected the gag order and returned to the negotiation table with a counteroffer. Remove the Reddit post, pay me for the extra music in Doom Eternal, and I'll produce another version of the OST. I hope that presenting something they had previously asked for might persuade them to change their mind. I also shared details of the abuse, hoping the examples would spur Marty into retracting his false accusations and condemning the harassment. Lawyers acting on Marty's behalf requested time to discuss the offer, which gave me some hope. Delays and stalling tactics. But then the stalling began, and over the coming months I was subjected to every miserable delay tactic trick in the book. They would request a meeting to discuss the settlement contract, suddenly postpone, reschedule, and then cancel at the last minute. We'd follow up and they respond by requesting more time to consider the details. Chasing them again, they'd feed me bullshit excuses they always ended with, "We'll get back to you as soon as possible." Next, they'd lead me on saying their internal conversation was headed in a positive direction before delaying further because someone important who had input was holidaying in Miami. It dragged on and on. As each week passed, bringing plenty of excuses peppered with hollow assurances of positive outcome, it became more evident that I was being strung along. Until finally, after considerable time had passed, they came back with a response. They threw out the idea of ever redoing the OST and instead demanded the gag order only. I looked at the email in dismay. After months of delays, meeting cancellations, and postponements, they arrived precisely at the same place they started. The acquisition. By now, the news broke that Microsoft would acquire ZeniMax, including ID Software, for $7.5 billion in cash. Doom Eternal had been out for months and reviewed with great acclaim. But instead of celebrating the game's success, I was caught up in a situation I can only describe as stupid. Marty's company had gotten to the point of offering to pay me off instead of addressing his inability to take responsibility for his behavior, and toxic gamers were using his false accusation as a license to target me with relentless abuse, public shaming, and violent rhetoric. All of this over a video game soundtrack. The absurdity of it all wasn't lost on me. News of the acquisition gave me hope that now, with the pressure of a much larger entity looking over their shoulder, Marty might be encouraged to consider the benefits of a mutually beneficial outcome and rethink his position. And so for a second time I proposed I would produce a better version of the Doom Eternal OST, but in return I needed Marty to take down the Reddit post, publish a clarification, and pay me for the extra music used in Doom Eternal. I can't say I was keen on doing it, but I desperately tried to find a way to move forward, and it was the only real option I had. More stalling, threats, and a giant waste of time. Again, lawyers acting for Marty were good at giving the impression of positivity. They seemed to be seriously considering the offer, saying they were taking up the chain and getting key stakeholders on board. However, any hope I had left eroded when they started to pull the same old tired stalling tactics. As the months wore on, they became belligerent and inflexible, bringing nothing to the table of vague threats and circular arguments. They even degenerated into gaslighting tactics, trying to convince me that removing the Reddit post would somehow make my situation worse, so for the benefit of everyone, it should remain untouched. They were unwavering in their insistence that the gag order was the only resolution possible, making it clear Marty had painted himself into a corner with no other way out.
Yeah.
Attempting to remove the Reddit post myself. I had enough. I grew tired of having the respect I afforded Marty and his employer with attempts to resolve the dispute privately get turned into a giant waste of time, effort, and money. The Reddit post had been up for 15 months, and attempts to resolve the dispute with Marty had gotten me nowhere. With my patience stretched to the absolute limit, I decided to take steps to remove the Reddit post myself. Reddit moderator. I reached out to one of the r/Doom moderators. We made contact and arranged a call via Discord. Moderator introduced himself and spoke about his love for the Doom franchise and its fan base. Along with the r/Doom subreddit, he told me he also moderated the official Doom Discord server. I told him how Marty's Reddit post had affected me deeply, both professionally and personally. It was a source of ongoing stress and harm, and I asked if he'd consider removing it. Much to my relief, it was instantly took it down. But within 12 hours, the post was reinstated. The moderator blocked me on Discord and didn't reply to my emails. So I'm assuming that the company probably came after him for doing that.
Yeah.
A few days later, Marty's lawyers contacted me and said removing the Reddit post had greatly offended him. He was furious and made it clear in the strongest terms possible that an amicable resolution would be impossible. The purpose of this statement. Marty Stratton has put me in a position where the only step I can take to repair my reputation is with a public response. It is a defense, not an unprovoked attack, published as a last resort with an extreme reluctance only after every other avenue to reach a mutually agreeable resolution has failed. I have given Marty ample opportunity to correct the false accusations he made against me, and all I've asked for is the truth and to be paid for my work. Stubborn refusal to address his Reddit post out of fear for his image has crippled Marty's ability to offer anything but a gag order. Marty seems to think so little of me that I give up my rights to tell the truth and willingly accept the long-term mental health implications of publicly taking the blame for the situation in exchange for money. I can't agree to protect him from the reality of what happened. Truth is more important, and signing a gag order will remove my ability to defend myself with the facts. The only thing left to do is issue this public response. I wish Marty had taken more time to consider better options before deciding that a Reddit post was the best course of action. It put his company in a position where they're unable to do anything with Doom Eternal's music. It weaponized the fan base against me and sent a worrying signal to anyone working under him. If he's willing to do this to me, he's just as capable of doing it to anyone else. Marty ends his Reddit post acknowledging an end to our collaboration. Collaboration. A word that describes people working together to reach a common goal through trust, mutual respect, and shared benefits. I've had an overwhelmingly positive career. I've filled with many great collaborations. I've worked on some great games, built lifelong friendships, and worked my butt off in the trenches with some of the best creative minds on Earth. I've had many great experiences in the game industry. My collaboration with Marty Stratton wasn't one of them. I never quit Doom. I quit a toxic client. Marty couldn't accept that I never wanted to work with him again and made his best attempt to send my career into a nosedive as punishment. He resorted to lies and innuendo that fell apart under the most basic level of scrutiny, then tried to bury the issue under a stack of cash. Using NDAs, settlements, and gag orders to silence truths is an appalling tactic used by people in high positions of fearful of accountability. I am choosing to speak out because the alternative was to accept that tactic as okay. It's time to leave this sad state of affairs behind. I'm forever thankful to the true-hearted folks who continue to put their faith in me, even in the face of Marty's attempts to damage reputation. I'm happy to say the projects I've been a part of since have been some of the most rewarding experiences of my career, and I'm grateful to those around me who gave me love and support that kept me together when I was coming apart. They didn't deserve to be put through this either. I'm looking forward to the future and all the great stuff around the corner. Mick Gordon.
Fuck yeah.
It really fucked him over.
Yeah. Yeah, Todd Howard's quite pissed at that guy too.
And so other stuff he said, you kind of reiterated a lot of stuff like a TLDR.
Hmm?
Yeah, so the factual rebuttal of Marty Stratton's claims in his Reddit Doom Eternal OST open letter. The Doom Eternal's OST was poorly managed from the outset. The album was announced with my name attached and available for pre-order before I was under contract to produce it. I learned about it in the media. Marty then denied me the contract. I did everything possible to secure an OST agreement after the announcement. But time after time, Marty blocked every attempt I made. I frequently raised severe concerns about the situation, but Marty refused to do anything about it. After months of inaction, I took my concerns to Bethesda and expressed my difficulties in getting ID Software to do anything but the OST. Bethesda and I immediately began to negotiate the contract directly. We decided my contribution would be only 12 songs. Marty wasn't involved in those discussions. I received the contract 48 hours before the game was released. By then, it had taken over 9 months for it to materialize. Despite what Marty says, the exposure to consumer protection laws was entirely self-inflicted. They brought that mess on themselves by including the OST in the collector's edition before it was under contract. That screw up was made worse when Marty kept pushing the problem down the road, resulting in a 9-month delay before I started working on it. They would have avoided the entire situation by communicating their plans to me before the announcement and taking action much earlier.
Not bad.
The OST was delayed before I was under contract. Marty claims I demanded several extensions to the schedule, forcing him to delay the OST. But the truth is, I wasn't under contract until after the delay. Bethesda delayed the OST on March 11th. I received the Doom Eternal OST contract a week later, on March 18th. When Bethesda announced the delay on March 11th, I was under no contractual obligation to produce the OST whatsoever. Before signing the agreement on March 18th, I could have simply walked away from the project and left them to deal with the fallout.
Wait. Are you reading it again?
No, so this one is a direct response to the stuff written in his open letter. So like he goes through the stuff that was written in Marty's open letter, and he directly rebuttals it. And there's additional stuff in here that he did. Mick Gordon.
Time to collect the loot.
Oh.
So when Bethesda announced the delay on March 11th, I was under no contractual obligation to produce the OST whatsoever. Before signing the agreement on March 18th, I could have simply walked away from the project and left them to deal with the fallout. Marty's false accusation that I forced him to delay the OST was severely damaged to reputation, but it was Marty's active refusal to do anything with the OST sooner which led to the delay. At the time of the delay, I wasn't even under contract. 3. The OST contract proves Marty's claims are false. The Doom Eternal OST contract, which is inarguable, provides further proof that Marty's allegations against me are false. 3A, the actual deadline. Marty claims we signed the contract in January, and the deadline was early March. But that's a total lie. I received the contract on March 18th. The deadline clearly stated in the agreement was April 16th, 29 days later. On Reddit, Marty implied that my timeline was much longer, and he claimed that I required several contract extensions that severely impacted the schedule. The truth is, I didn't sign until March 18th. January was when I contacted Bethesda directly out of desperation as a last-ditch effort to get around Marty's months of inaction on the OST. 3B, I was only paid to produce 12 songs. Marty conveyed the impression that I was required to produce a comprehensive OST consisting of 30 tracks and a runtime of almost 2 hours for failing to deliver and only managing to produce 12 songs instead. But the contract was only for 12 songs. I was given just enough time and budget to deliver 12 songs, not 30, which is clearly outlined in the contract. Bethesda and I discussed the possibility of a larger OST during the negotiation phase. The suggestion was thrown out almost immediately because reality deemed it impossible. Marty wasn't involved in that discussion. Marty's snap decision to release a comprehensive OST just days before the all-important deadline when it was impossible to renegotiate the deal to accommodate his sudden change of direction. If I had been offered the contract 9 months earlier when they put it up for pre-order, a well-produced, full-length album would have been possible. 3C, I didn't have creative control. Marty claims otherwise, which is entirely false. The proof is that contract explicitly grants ID Software complete creative control, and they had absolute authority over every decision. ID Software exercised creative control extensively, deciding on the structure of the album, what songs to include, which to omit, the track titles, track order, album art, and credits. They even changed the names of some tracks I directly contributed. The final album's details were withheld from me, and I wasn't allowed to hear it once before release. ID Software was not obligated to seek my approval for anything, nor did they ask for it. Marty took it upon himself to get involved in the album's production during the final days of the project. He cut me out at the last stage and decided to release their own poorly edited version instead. I voiced my concerns about Chad's edits and provided details regarding loudness standards, but they ignored those details. I didn't approve the final album because Marty and Chad withheld it from me. The situation was opposite to my experience on Doom 2016's OST. ID Software didn't interfere in the production of that album at all. 3D, ID Software's access to the source material. Marty pretends they had no access to the material, but that is a lie. They absolutely did have access to the source material. I was contractually obligated to hand over all stems, mix sessions, production files, raw recordings, demos, mockups, and other source files. The contract explicitly states that all my source files became the property of ID Software, and they own all files created for Doom Eternal. The reason their edits weren't good enough was not due to a lack of source material. It was a lack of standards. Marty knew the truth. As studio director of ID Software and executive producer on Doom Eternal, he had detailed knowledge of the contract terms and what was agreed upon by all parties. Therefore, he made these false accusations against me willingly. I still can't fathom why Marty claimed to be telling the entire story, knowing I could simply point at the contract as proof against him. 4. They paid me for the OST without dispute. Nobody argued against payment. The most substantial proof that Marty's Reddit post is utter bullshit is the fact that they paid me afterwards for fulfilling the contract. ID Software approved my OST contribution after I did everything asked of me. Marty was part of the panel that approved it. He then went on to make wild claims about my supposed unprofessional behavior. That I behaved in such a way that Marty alleges ID Software, Bethesda, and ZeniMax would have clear grounds to refuse payment. However, they made no argument against it. They paid me the total contracted amount, including an on-time bonus, because I met all my contractual requirements. 5. ID Software had been working on the OST for 6 months without me before I was under contract. On Reddit, Marty alleged my performance was so bad that he was forced to enlist lead audio designer Chad Mossholder at the last minute to save the OST. The BWF metadata files tells the true story. Chad sent me a preliminary version of his edited OST 1 week before my deadline. Metadata within these files shows that Chad began working on his version of the OST using Reaper 6 months earlier when he and Marty were actively excluding me from working on it. 6. Marty doesn't seem to understand the mastering process. Marty says that Chad, apparently working in a hurry, only had my supposed bricked in-game score to work with. He points to my so-called bricked score and adopts that as the reason behind Chad's poor editing. But not only is Marty confused and clearly doesn't understand the mastering process, but he also seems ignorant of how Chad's editing introduced significant problems. The editing was poorly done. To make his OST edits, Chad cut bits out of my already mastered in-game score and arbitrarily copy-pasted these bits together to create songs. They carelessly pasted these bits directly on top of each other, frequently off-grid and out of time, without even a crossfade to cover the transition. As a result, his edits are full of abrupt tempo changes, awkward gaps, jarring transitions, clicks, pops, and clipping. How Chad edited the OST files and how I mastered the in-game score are two completely unrelated things. The errors introduced via his editing have nothing to do with how I originally mastered the in-game score. ID Software approved my mastering. I ensure my in-game scores always adhere to conventional mastering standards. ID Software approved all my in-game music and how I mastered it, and at no point did anyone complain that my masters were bricked. Problems were introduced by pasting 2 already mastered audio files directly on top of each other. Doing so caused dramatic amplitude spikes at the edit point. Chad didn't bother to crossfade the transition. Both files play simultaneously, causing spikes at the double the volume. To compensate, he remastered the edited songs by normalizing it to 0 decibels. A rudimentary error. His edits were riddled with these clearly visible mistakes. Anyone comparing my original tracks to his edit can hear and see, by looking at the waveform, the unmistakable errors introduced during the editing process. 7. The obvious problems drew a valid criticism. A Twitter user pointed out the stark differences between my original BFG division 2016 and Chad's edited version, identified the same errors introduced via the poor editing I described above. I had to respond. Unknown to them at the time, the people criticizing the album were under the impression I was responsible for the mistakes. The public began attributing the errors to me, calling my work into question, which put me in a position where I had to respond. So I made a single comment that clarified my limited involvement. Why? Because it's the truth. Marty didn't see it that way. His open letter made it clear to me that he took my act of pointing out the truth as committing an unforgivable sin of disloyalty. What did he expect me to do? Blindly support an album of messed up versions of my songs, most of which I'd never heard before? To do so would have been a lie. 8. Doubt will ever work again. Marty highlighted that comment I made in private in response to someone asking if I wished to continue working with ID Software. I said what I said because, quite honestly, I got sick of dealing with a toxic client. Years of crunch, pay withheld for months, unhealthy, stressful situations. The issues became too difficult to ignore. It's a shame, because on both Doom and Doom Eternal, I had the great fortune of working directly with enormously talented people whose creative ideas and technical wizardry led to both games' success. My statement, issued in response to Marty Stratton, has nothing to do with the rest of the Doom team. Lamentably, the joy I got from working with them was outshined by the other issues I've highlighted. Problems so serious it tainted my experience to make Doom Eternal the worst project I've ever been involved with. Charade. Marty took great offense to my comment, claiming he was surprised because allegedly it was the first time we discussed ending our collaboration. The truth is I had my Doom contracts threatened several times, and Marty himself even made such a threat. Knowing the truth, Marty's dramatic reaction to my comment is one of several phrases that stood out to me as blatant posturing. I will draw attention to other. Credits. Marty justifies crediting Chad as a co-artist on the album, which I disagree with, by saying it was the fair thing to do. But his reasoning is deeply hypocritical because ID Software flat out refused to credit several of my long-term collaborators for their work on Doom Eternal. Their direct contributions were vital to the sound of the score. They were big Doom fans who were excited to work on the game and perform their very best. They were heartbroken when ID Software downright refused to credit them. Marty claims to hand out credits fairly, but that is insincere. Awards. I'm happy to hear Marty feels I deserve Doom's Music Awards, because the truth is those trophies are kept locked in the ID Software office. I've only ever seen them once, behind glass, from a distance. Nobody has ever offered to send me copies. Thanks to the show's producers, I was invited to perform at the Game Awards, but other than that, ID Software never invited me to collect awards in person. Marty invited himself to collect the awards on my behalf instead. It would mean a lot to have a memento of all the hard work I poured into the Doom franchise, but as it currently stands, I'll never see those awards again. 9. The most hurtful lie. In a grubby move and without proof, Marty alleged I instigated a campaign of harassment targeting ID Software employees. In a baseless claim that is a total lie, he directly accused me of making statements that led some to vilify and attack an ID employee. This outrageous accusation, used as the rationale for his Reddit post, was designed to undermine my character and provoke a strong emotional response. Later, this horrid, ill-founded allegation prompted lawyers acting on Marty's behalf to offer me a 6-figure settlement to cover damages. Attacking me further, he claims I did nothing to change the conversation. An astonishing claim, because just days earlier I was on a call with Marty, making myself fully available for anything he needed. He specifically asked me not to make any public comment until we could address the public together, which clearly was nothing more than a strategy to buy himself time to prepare the Reddit post. Key facts. Marty agreed to announce, attach my name, and take pre-orders on the OST before I was under contract, and then actively blocked me from working on it. He drew Chad into the situation, instructing him to produce an alternative OST instead, without my direct involvement. Marty greenlit Chad's version as the official album and proved Chad's name to be featured as a co-artist. More importantly, Marty first highlighted Chad's involvement publicly as part of his Reddit post. Marty's narrative that he was compelled to publish an open letter on Reddit out of the necessity of protection is a manufactured threat that didn't exist and was used to justify his actions. Because if any threats did exist, Marty's company has policies, procedures, safety protocols, and security measures readily available to deal with such issues. Posting 2,500 plus words on Reddit to name, shame, and direct blame toward an individual, me in this case, is not one of those policies. And frankly, using the guise of staff safety as an excuse to attack someone on Reddit is fucking disgusting. Bold decisions. Marty took the effort to point out that I had knowledge of his decision to enlist Chad, going so far as to use bold text to highlight the points. But he also held back from saying, I thought the edits weren't up to standards. I voiced my anxiety over their release, and I never approved the final album. As the project's executive producer, Marty is entirely in charge of his decisions. Telling a subordinate about your decision does not shift the responsibility to that person if the decision goes wrong. Summary of facts. Doom Eternal. I haven't been paid for over half of Doom Eternal's music. The game includes more than double the music I was contracted to produce. Rejects, mock-ups, demos, many of which never meant for public release. I created this music as part of the development process and shared it with ID Software in good faith. But ID Software used the music in the game, marketing, and soundtrack and still refuses to pay me for it. Doom Eternal OST was a mess. It was announced with my name attached and made available for pre-order before I was contracted to produce it. Despite my alarm and constant appeals, Marty refused to do anything about the situation, leading to a 9-month delay before I could start work. After 7 months of inaction, I reported my concerns to Bethesda. Bethesda and I negotiated the Doom Eternal OST directly without Marty's involvement. I received the contract on March 18, 2020, just 48 hours before Doom Eternal was released. The delay was announced a week earlier before I was under contract. The deadline was April 16th, 29 days later, and the contract stipulated ID Software had complete creative control and would require access to all my source material. Marty withheld crucial details from me until 13 days before my deadline, such as potential legal trouble they faced for taking pre-orders before it was under contract, details about their internally produced OST, an alternative edited from my in-game score, which they'd worked on for at least 6 months without my knowledge or involvement. I didn't approve the release. In the days leading up to April 16th, Marty cut me out of the process and decided to release their alternative version instead, reducing my direct contributions to filler. Both he and ID Software's lead audio designer Chad Mossholder didn't allow me to hear the final album and didn't seek my approval. They weren't contractually required to do so. Their poor quality release immediately drew criticism, and a worried Marty personally asked me for assistance in addressing the situation. I made myself entirely available to Marty and committed to satisfying disappointed customers with a better OST. Marty made it clear he wanted to be involved, saying he wanted a positive outcome, had no ill intentions, and wanted to resolve the issue professionally. He offered to draft a joint statement addressing the situation and announcing plans to move forward. He requested I hold off on making further public comments until we could address the public together. Marty told me to expect the draft within hours, but it never arrived. Instead, days later, he published a 2,500-word open letter on a fan-run Reddit page that singled me out as the sole cause behind the botched OST. The post attracted thousands of comments and news articles and severely damaged my personal and professional reputation. Worst of all, he did it behind my back whilst leading me on with a bullshit story about working together on a professional solution to the problem. His statement was full of lies, disinformation, and innuendo, and when challenged, his company offered me a six-figure sum to shut up about it. When I tried time and time again, amid a torrent of abuse, harassment, and threats to resolve the matter more amicably, he constantly refused, worried how addressing the Reddit post would damage his own reputation instead. As far as I'm concerned, truth and honesty are more important. Marty's words damaged my character and attacked my reputation. I've afforded him ample opportunity to address this issue, but his refusal to do so has left me with no option other than to issue this statement. In issuing this statement, I am exercising my right to defend myself. Mick Gordon. And now, of course, Bethesda and Microsoft are pissed.
Well, yeah. Someone stood up to them.
Yeah. No, they're not pissed about that. They're pissed about what happened with Mick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're mad because obviously they lost Mick Gordon for Dark Ages.
Yeah.
And they should just fire that other guy that's been causing all the fucking trauma.
And then, suck down their pride and end their relationship. Fucking sick. Like, who told them that's not gonna happen?
Yeah, Todd Howard and Microsoft guy are really pissed at that Stratus guy. Yeah, fuck that guy.
But again, they're not gonna suck down their pride and admit it's wrong.
The Stratus guy? Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no.
But Microsoft and Todd? They'll do something about it. It ain't gonna be pretty.
No. No, it's not.
I'll need your help to take.
Hi, Duck. How you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
Fine.
You're still acting a little.
That's good. Be right back.
Remember, the guardian spirit's power in battle. I'm talking about trust here. If it's lost, in other words, your powers won't be as effective. I do trust you. But this won't work unless our trust is me. When you have advice for me, think about how it might affect our bond. A healthy bond will help us find.
The fuck?
Empty.
That's the spirit. Let's get going.
No one's talking anymore. Emptied it.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on whether I'm going to buy Dark Ages.
I already bought it. $100. Should have got the $200 version.
Why? You don't.
Yeah, no, hearing that price, no.
I want that action. I want that action figure.
Oh, fucking God, you don't need it.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it. I did the same thing for
My favorite.
what was it, the black box of Halo Reach? Yeah, I got that statue still.
I bought that thing secondhand from a fucking comic book shop.
No,
I bought it at GameStop
my favorite
the
meme
day it came
I
out.
like right now is South Park. Butters.
You know what my favorite thing that I own is though?
What's that?
So you know how Sissy knows this, that I'm a massive Titanfall fan.
Uh-huh.
When Titanfall 2 came out, I pre-ordered that shit as soon as it was announced. And guess what it came with?
Got you.
A wearable pilot's helmet.
Huh.
And it has a light up visor and everything, and I wore it for a pilot cosplay back in 2019. I went up to Umicon in Detroit. It was a whole group of friends, and I wore it like I wore the cosplay like all day Saturday.
Wow.
It was really cool as I ran into another guy who was cosplaying as a pilot, and we did the Spider-Man meme. We are like, and then took a picture together. I still have that picture. It's kind of funny because like I just be just sitting there chilling, messing around on my phone, and someone will walk up to me and is like, "Hey, can I get a picture of you?" And I had to put on the helmet, get in the pose, all that fun stuff.
Oh, Boris says I have a helmet. I probably. I'm sorry, Gore.
The Nuka T50 helmet.
What's up? What did I do?
You'll figure it out.
You do? Who did what now? Why did you do it? Why did you tell her that?
Because I had to, Doc. It was the only way.
Oh no, it's not the only way.
Well, unfortunately, she knows.
Damn it. Oh well. Too bad. And stuff.
And it's all your fault, Doc.
Peace out. Yeah, it usually is.
Carrie?
That's what my mom says.
Wow! Jesus!
It's always my fault. Don't worry. It's okay.
No,
Ah, shit.
Yeah, how do you feel about it now?
like I should go.
I feel fine.
Like I should go
That's
play
good.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
I can barely even hear you, Foxy. Hold on. There we go. Now try talking.
What happens when you're in space? Can't hear shit.
No,
Oh, this is true.
it happens when you actually semi-quiet person.
Yeah, that's
The
true.
best part about being in space. No one can hear you scream.
Oh my god,
Bad.
that's deadly. That's really deadly. But I get it, for sure.
What? Afraid the Void Emperor is gonna drag someone into orbit?
Yes, actually.
Not really, no.
Don't drag
I'll fucking do it to you, Duck. I'll drag you into my dimension.
Why
And
don't
who's the void
Might as well.
lord?
Sis, would you care to explain the Void to this to this guy?
It's
Oh
not
boy.
Cthulhu, is he? Or the spaghetti monster?
Gary? Don't go. Oh,
Let's say there's a very specific tent that is that has purple spikes coming out of it. The ground is like all twisted, and there's a portal in there that goes direct to the void. That's my tent. A couple cult members have accidentally fallen in. Not my fault.
totally.
How's it my fault?
I've actually made my own little space. So
Siren seduced them?
But yeah, the void is essentially a living entity, an extension of me. That is all consuming. I literally direct it to eat planets, galaxies, and entire dimensions.
For some reason, you're a resident. Like, why?
Because
also,
your
who
cult
gave you residence?
You did.
No, did not. You just poofed.
Did I just pop? Did I just
Yeah, you
pop up
just
one day?
And I have no way of getting rid of you.
Meanwhile, I'm assembling a small army in my own little space.
No! How are there fucking mini armies in... No, Banishment. Banish.
But yeah,
I'm in my own little space.
I say you want to know the only reason the
Campus
Earth
is
hasn't been
very
consumed?
big. W.
I mean, I could extend it, but it probably would, you know,
I feel like a bully or
it
something.
would probably spread the corruption further.
Oh, say, look what happened last time.
What'd I do?
Lost Jeffrey.
Oh, he's fine.
No, he's not!
He's fine. He's perfectly fine.
He's been missing since January of last year!
No, sure, I'll find him somewhere. Hold on, let me go see.
Jeffy?
Just disappears. It comes back in a second. Okay, good news and bad news.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Which first? Good news or bad news?
I don't want to.
Doc, good news or bad news?
Bad news.
Well, I don't think it's a good way to lead, so I'm gonna start with the good news. I found Jeff. Found Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's great. It's
Wait,
probably
what?
not Jeffrey no more.
I wasn't
No,
even.
Jeffrey's still
wasn't
alive.
even paying
Nice,
attention.
okay. Nice, Jeffrey's still alive. Cool. Okay.
He's still alive.
Huh? Bad part.
He looks like a void corrupted version of you.
Oh! Awesome!
So he's got the fox traits.
That...
It's just purple and voidy.
Purple and whitey. That's
Yeah.
not...
Take a look. Yanks Jeffrey through portal, tosses him in. Found him.
This'll be easy.
Get back.
What do you mean? He's your people.
Back.
He has a navy though.
Take it back! Jeffrey died January of last year! Okay?
Do you see cult members how she treats you? Do you see how little she
What?
cares
No,
for you?
No indoctrination!
Join the void. I will care for all of you. Just step into the portal, it'll be fine.
Don't do
Oh
it.
boy.
Don't do it. They will use you as sustenance. That's why they're so eager.
You just
Oh,
see
boy.
the crystals on my tent just growing bigger.
And this is why I have a small space
I mean, it's just
with an army.
It's just one
Waiting
small
to
corner.
invade.
It's just one small corner of the
Why?
compound.
Why
The-
are you
the-
waiting to invade me or the void?
The void.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm about to say, good luck with that.
Half your army will be corrupted as soon as you enter.
Yeah.
We'll see.
If not more so, depending on how weak-willed they are.
Eh.
Eh.
It's very,
So there's also the only reason that I showed up in your cult is because you were a nice anchor point.
I
You-
knew
you- you
it!
kinda-
I
you
fucking
kinda-
knew it!
You kind of set up your cult right on a ley line, and it was a very nice anchor point for a portal. It's basically a Lazarus pit at this point.
No, the fuck it is. Hell no.
But look at the
No.
nice purple water. It looks fun.
No. Talked about
been-
this. I
You've
don't
been
know.
to the void. It's fine. You came out unscathed, did you not?
Yeah, because I'm your sibling and you don't like my soul.
Fair. It's too fluffy.
It's too fluffy. I was gonna say the same damn thing.
It's too fluffy.
It's too.
There's too much hair on there.
It's too bright. It's too... like no.
No,
fuck this shit.
the void tried to consume your soul, and it coughed it back up like a hairball.
Good.
Fuck you. I never joined the VC without permission. Or you're more than welcome to.
Join the
Bruh.
void. Buddy Rumper.
Don't join the void.
Oh, what? The VC. They're more than welcome to join.
So, you want to know what's hilarious, sis?
But I do appreciate you asking.
Hey, sis, you want to know what's hilarious? There is only one thing keeping me from. There's only one thing keeping me from consuming Earth.
Yeah, and what's that?
Donuts.
Fucking hell.
Notice how the points on my channel are called void donuts. I tasted donuts.
Why they were called void donuts now. Oh my god.
When I first showed up, I tasted donuts, decided they were the best thing ever, and said, you know what? Just because these things exist, this place can last a while longer.
We need to get rid of all the donuts.
If you get rid of all.
What the fuck, Wolf?
The planet.
Why are you stirring the pot, my dude?
Wolf, if you get rid of all donuts, then I just immediately consume the planet.
Oh my god.
And the planet will get sucked into the void, and anything that isn't immediately corrupted will either be killed, devoured, or corrupted in the coming months. Trust me, void beasts do not fuck around. It's fun.
When we get rid of all the donuts, then we will go to war.
No. The moment
It is the only way.
the moment you do that is literally the doom of humanity. Please just keep feeding it donuts. Just keep feeding it donuts. It'll go to sleep eventually.
It'll probably get what's it called? Diabetes. And then it'll go to sleep.
I'm an immortal being. I'm immune to diabetes.
Bullshit. Nobody's immune to diabetes. Alright? There's nobody immune.
So you can be immortal all you want. But
diabetes is gonna get you, girl.
There's the catch.
Diabetes?
The diabetes.
You still contract every known disease.
Oh fuck.
To the universe.
Fuck. Yeah.
Imagine being immortal and getting cancer but not dying from it.
I purge it from my system.
That's so fucking horrible. And then your body just auto resets and you're like, what the fuck just
I can just purge it from the system. Easy peasy.
Jesus.
God.
So you could be immortal. Valid. But there's a catch. You still get every known disease and sickness known to the universes.
No, not like Deadpool. It would not be Deadpool. Because Deadpool, it can't stop having cancer, so it wouldn't exactly like that. It would more.
So, the only reason Deadpool is pretty much immortal is because the cancer is trying to kill his body, but his healing factor is healing it basically at the same rate that the cancer is killing his body.
But it wouldn't be like Deadpool. It would be like, so you got cancer, you were on the verge of death, and then your body just auto resets, and after that, you're just
no more
don't
cancer.
Have cancer.
I mean, I'm immune to sickness, so.
But eventually you would get it like down the line.
I am immortal and impregnable.
You could be immortal, but there's a catch.
You forget, I am literally a being whose soul and heart is connected to the very dimension that I'm from.
Okay, so
literally the only way to kill me is to kill the void.
Exactly.
Good luck.
Time to collect the loot.
And the only way to kill me, to kill the void, would be to get at my heart, which is buried somewhere deep in the palace. I don't even know where it is.
Quick, somebody seduce this man. His
It's the
heart
thing-
will show up soon.
It's the same. It's the same. Funny enough, it's the same place where I was originally corrupted. Because remember the whole Kitsune spirit thing waged war against the void, and the whole war was basically a ploy just to get her to the center of the void to where it could then just grab her, yank her in, and corrupt her, and then made me.
Oh.
And Nia, for some reason, still has that tiny little fox. That's all that's left over of her. They found like this tiny little like, you know the color of my hair, right? They found a tiny little fox that is that color, and that's like all that's left of her. And Nia still has it.
Let's get it on.
Something missing from this place. Usually some free items here.
Hey, Fox.
What up?
Did you say something about my game that I'm playing earlier? Because I didn't hear you.
Oh.
Alright. I just
I don't
wondered.
even know I don't even know what game you're playing.
Yeah, what game you play?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Way too easy.
It's probably like tips that I found.
Ah. I'm gonna go
I
ahead
don't
and
care for that game either.
Here, yeah, it's a message for you. Here. I'm putting it on the Xbox. Just so you know.
Okay, time for pain. Yay!
Pain without love.
I like know what I'm doing.
Can't get enough.
To get me cancelled.
Handful.
Would anyone care to take a guess as to what I mean by I say time for pain?
Oh, that can't be sung on stream? Okay, got it.
There's only a couple seconds. There's only a couple seconds.
It's longer than 30 seconds.
Sorry.
They say it was only a couple of seconds. I think it's like if it's longer than
I
like
looked at your
Yeah,
fucking
if it's longer
picture,
than
you're
30
already
seconds.
There.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, just be careful.
I'm actually
You
going in the garden right now.
Okay.
Hey,
okay,
Sissy.
If you didn't finish any like other things or going
Yeah,
in there,
I can't come out. I know. I just saw it. Yeah, you're good.
But
do you know what I mean by I say time for pain? I'm not playing Apex.
playing Marvel Rivals.
I'm not playing Marvel Rivals. I'm saving that till tomorrow. Are you cool if I stream at the same time?
I don't care. I'm actually about to end my stream.
Well, I mean, I was asking, like, you know, if you're streaming Marvel Rivals tomorrow, are you cool if I stream it as well?
Fucking yeah, I want to collab with you. That's why I asked you if you were free tomorrow.
Let's fucking go. My male model's not done yet though, so I'm still
fine.
using big titty chicken address.
Hey, it gets
I mean, I'm still planning on having that model as a use. Like, I'm gonna like basically, I don't know if it's gonna be a redeem or if it's gonna be just like however I feel. Like, I'm basically gonna be able to just switch back and forth between the male model and the female model.
And I use it in VR chat.
I don't think so. It's a live 2D model.
Shit.
So,
Damn.
if you guys want to see an upgraded Fox, want to hit that subscribe button? Help me out.
Don't forget to like and share.
I have the best outro. I'm just saying. Like, follow, and obey.
I still haven't found my one that I need it. I still think it's funny that somehow I go with be nice to your parents, don't commit arson unless necessary.
Yes.
But
Don't
Let's get it on.
holy fucking bitch! I love you. God damn it! Thank you.
That's about right. That's
That was,
about right.
that was 20 gift subs.
God! 64 out of... Oh,
How much money is that, by the way?
That was about $100.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Fucking yeah, girl.
It's sis. It was worth.
Oh my god.
next
Now I
month
go through the black hole,
next
never
month
to be
on the
seen
12th,
again.
I'll probably debut the new
warping
one then.
to a whole
Jesus.
new area.
Oh my
Just come to the void. It'll be fine.
god. Because the model I'm trying to get, the amount, like the smallest the amount I can pay for is $124.64. That's the lowest I can pay for that.
Come to the void.
Lovely.
It'll be fine.
Don't go to the void. It's not good for you.
The void is fun.
It doesn't
We have
have
donuts.
cookies
The
and
void
movies.
is painful.
Don't.
We have
no,
donuts.
No, we have fucking ice cream sandwiches. Don't do it.
Oh boy.
We have donuts.
Those donuts
Ice
though.
cream
God
sandwiches are
damn.
better.
Those donuts though.
We have the Empress's tits.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That's not even a thing though. Okay.
I mean, technically it is.
The
She still exists. She's the female version of me.
The
I
lack
mean,
of
you're not
modesty.
wrong. Good lord.
I mean,
You're
you
not
cover
wrong,
you
but-
cover yours up with a cloth.
Because I'm modest and I don't have a reason to show my tits to get
Oh, man.
attention.
Oh, modest says the chick who's exposing like all of her hips.
Hey, hips are different than tits, bitch.
Oh no.
And hips are prohibited by Twitch TOS.
And they're
Oh
not
my
even that
God.
exposed, so suck it.
All the lewd shoulders.
Oh, lewd shoulders! Oh my god! Wow!
Wow, look at those ankles.
She doesn't even have ankles. Her
Those
legs are cut off.
Guys.
Oh my god.
She doesn't even have legs. They're cut off with thighs.
Yeah, what was that?
She's got thunder
Those
thighs of
shoulders
death.
do look pretty. No! God damn it, furry! No!
Let's go. Join the void. Agree with me.
Don't agree with my brother. The audacity! God damn. That's some bullshit.
Blood for the Emperor, skulls for the
I'm so
Carapace
sorry.
throne.
No! We talked
I'm
about
sorry,
this.
girl. And stuff.
It's my own version of blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne.
Yes, mommy, I'll do as you ask. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. You you gave a sub to someone who was just in my stream. They didn't even follow me yet.
Yeah, you're welcome. I bribed them.
Wow.
It was an unintentional bribe. The void works in mysterious ways. This totally
The
means
void works mysterious ways.
this,
Bullshit.
this totally means she will call me consumed.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell.
I can't.
I caught a lurker with my snipes.
Oh my god.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. Oh no. When someone says that, it's always gonna hurt a little.
Just a bit, yeah. And stuff.
I caught a lurker with a sniper rifle. was like, oh, hey, I see you hiding over there. Bam. Here's a
You
sub.
said, "Come here,
Bam.
boy." I can't. Oh my god, I
my
have
God.
tears. Hurts.
So here, catch.
Here, catch.
Oh, look at that! We're at
Get over
330!
here.
Yay! Woo!
When I hear Alea say,
I
"Here,
left the
catch,"
stream
I
and
just
then
hear,
got notified I got
"Get
a
over
sub donated,
here."
so I came back and then I heard all the chaos and now I'm interested in the community.
You are welcome.
Oh my god.
The Void wins again.
The Void does not win.
This is all thanks to the Void Emperor. You can bow your thanks.
Oh my good lord. And
thanks.
there goes the ego.
You are welcome that I found the sniper rifle.
I would have.
Oh boy.
I never would have came back. Aw, it kind of hurts. But okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
isn't that just so adorable?
Looks like
I do appreciate.
looks like the Void did something good for once.
Yeah, for once.
I'm now gonna go consume a cow. Bye.
No, what the fuck? No!
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Void cow.
I have a beautiful
We only
time.
have.
Let's
all
go.
hail the Void. No! Damn it!
I am Aaron Itzka, Emperor of the Void, and Eater of Donuts.
Oh
I
my
love
god,
donuts. They're great.
if you love my
Time to
brothers.
destroy all the donuts.
Oh, hold on.
Oh my god, she's actually about to give me a shout out. This is a rare thing. Holy shit.
Take the donut and stuff it.
And say, I'm gonna take the donut and I'm gonna fucking run with it. I'm stealing all your donuts.
Wow.
Oh my god. I got a good story about donuts.
Unless it's chocolate.
You want to hear it?
Go for it. What's up?
I got a good story. I think I already told this story, but a long while ago when I was living with my father, I was
What do you think? You like the shout out that I have made for you?
I noticed. Thank you. I hate you. I'm gonna kill you.
Oh my
I'm gonna drag you into the void, kicking and screaming.
Oh my god, I made that such a long time ago. Oh my god.
And now is your first opportunity to use it.
Oh no, I'm gonna use it tomorrow again too.
Oh my god. I'm gonna drag you into the void, kicking and
I
screaming.
don't know, I might need another sub to grease my balls to the Void personal Twitch channel.
I mean, I have great emotes.
Oh wow! Hey, I have emotes too.
I has a bonk. I also has purge.
Oh boy.
I
Have fun, you
I
guys.
have 2 ass shaker emotes.
And yandere.
Word.
What do you want?
I like how we're competing with emotes. Like, I have the better personality.
What should we do? Stirring things
I'd
up
bet
with a
tits.
fight wouldn't be too
The
wise.
fuck you do? The fuck you
Benefit for the
do?
fact that I have a female model. That's really good.
Let's see.
She
What?
also does have a southern
What?
voice, my friend. Hey, Gore! Thank you. Small
Alright,
bathroom
time to
break.
punish.
I'll be right back.
Of course, she catches the launcher.
Are back. My catch required my attention.
Alright, so she's very disjointed.
At your service. Catch me if you can.
Ugh.
You! Come back here!
Gore, I swear to fucking God, man.
What?
What was that all about?
Like what he said in chat when I said "so little ones." He's fucking all like, never.
Wait. Discord. Oh.
No, not Discord. Your stream, my girl.
Lord.
It's fucking hilarious. It's fucking funny.
Drink water,
It's
you
fucking
dehydrated
funny,
bitch!
Yeah, he is. He's hilarious. But first, I have to do the ooh.
No, no, you don't. No, you really don't.
I have to do the ooh.
Right. Extra noses pounces on you, ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your balls from across the floor.
Oh, I actually did a thing. Oh, I caught her with the final smash. If I say final smash, I caught her with my air dart.
Nice. I needed that ooh all day. I'm so sorry. I had to.
Wait, did she
But
say
did
it?
I? No, she didn't have to. But it was the ooh rap. She didn't say it, no. Redeem time? Let's see,
Gonna have me redeem
free
water.
redeemed
Ugh.
drink water. Next
Okay.
door redeemed
Okay, for
Nicky
that
Nicky
one,
Me.
for that one, who do you want me to say it to? Because I can say it to you. I can
Oh,
say
boy.
it to anybody in the VC call. Oh no.
I gotta save my points. Damn it.
No, I know what you're saving them.
Bruh, I only have 11k right now. I don't know how I.
You want me
I
to
don't know
say
where
it
all
to
my
Michelle
fucking points
Obama?
went.
Oh, come on, come on, rematch,
God.
Lily. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go. We're going for the rematch.
Hold on, Alea. Hold on. This is gonna be great. Go ahead, Fox.
Oh my good lord. You really want me to say that to Michelle Obama?
I'm interested now.
Shut up, Wolf.
I don't know what's being said, so that's why I'm interested.
Okay, so for a redeemed good girl, but you can have me say it to them or to anybody in chat. But they want me to say it to Michelle Obama.
No, Gore. I have redeems. Thank you, though.
Stop wasting your points, Gore. Bad.
Maybe. God damn it, Furry.
I need
Good lord.
a confirmation. Is that a yes or a no? Someone in chat or yourself or in VC? Good lord.
Maybe Furry is actually Michelle Obama. That would be fucking hilarious.
That. Oh my god. I just.
I have 107k, bro.
Yeah, Gore has a lot. He's
No.
been in every stream lately.
That's unfortunate.
Bro, that's fucked up, man.
It hurts. I love this. I'm having fun.
Are you? That's good.
Yeah, I'm having fun with Tekken again.
Furry, is
Not
that a
that
yes
I
or
don't like
no?
Michelle Obama. I didn't say that. It's just having famous people in your stream when you're not really famous is kind of weird. It's for my opinion. Yes,
Just a bit.
How's that work?
It's okay. It's not weird to you, Wolf. Okay, fuck.
Fucking hell. Wolf is a different kind of person than all
I
of
just
us.
have normal conversations with them.
Yeah,
I'm
and
saying
stuff.
I get. We're cheated out of your point. I'm asking you who you want me to say it to, and you're not giving me a definite answer. You said maybe. That's not a definite answer. And who you want me to use? How you want to use the points?
Oh, I was hoping. I got
I
counter
keep
hit.
going through black holes.
Fair.
They're thinking. They're thinking. Millie.
Hmm.
Millie? Who's Millie?
Yeah, exactly.
Wiley?
Who is Millie?
Wiley? Millie? Milliarde?
Ew.
You know what?
Who's
You know what?
Milliarde?
I'm gonna say it to you, Furry. You're a good girl. Okay? You're a good girl.
Milliarde. I don't know who that is. Too old. Sorry.
Or not that.
I'm 30 fucking 1, girl.
You're
God
not that
damn it.
old! Shut up! I don't want to hear shit.
I went
I'm
to
33, so
I went to fucking school today, and I fucking sat around with a whole bunch of 19-year-olds, my girl. All right, that's how old I am. That's pretty fucking old. Since I've been at fucking college for 10 years, yeah, I think it's pretty old, bro. Damn.
sorry for your loss.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus.
Alright, I'm gonna finish this part up. Hours. I'm gonna end my stream. Hey.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
And tomorrow.
Did you really sneak into the Lord's mansion?
Duck.
How did you do that?
We'll have it me tomorrow.
Bruh. Message deleted. Bruh. What the fuck? That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, my bot doesn't allow links. Sorry,
Oh, I
I don't
see.
allow
Stop
links
posting
in my
links.
stream.
Damn. All of their messages just got deleted. Damn. That's fucked.
They got timed out for seconds.
Ouch. That sucks. I'm sorry, Furry. Damn.
Why?
They
Because
posted
they-
a link in Fox's chat.
Yeah, and I don't allow links unless they're approved.
Yeah, a lot of people don't do that. So,
Sorry.
well, a lot of people don't like it, at least. Makes sense.
Well, because I do it for safety reasons.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Like if somebody posted porn in your chat. Yeah. Or sorry,
if
corn.
they posted a harmful link that could take someone out.
Yeah, that's true too. By the way, I redeemed something, my dear, and I believe if I can't get it redeemed, my points will go back. But
Oh god.
don't hurt your throat, alright? Don't hurt your throat.
Last fight here, and then I'm going to bed.
Alright, I'm gonna
You
say
got this.
I'm gonna end stream. We're gonna raid out to someone.
God damn it, Fox.
What?
Say it, damn it.
I did!
You did not. You said it really, really low. There you go. I know.
Wait, what'd you say?
The
Gremlin
Gremlin
ara.
Ara.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where you like say it in the most tone. Yeah.
Alright. I left the stream, but on stuff. Shit, kiddo. Now back to my game. Oh, hi.